Welcome, everyone, to the fourth and final quarterfinal match of the 2023 Chess.com Junior Speed Chess Championship. I'm FIDE Master Mike Klein, and I'm joined by my co-host, International Master Kostya Kavutsi. Hello, Kostya. How are you doing today?
Hey, Mike. How's it going? Hello, everyone. Hello, Twitch. How you doing today?
Good. I know you're excited about this match, and you're playing chess later on today, so thank you for taking time out from your busy schedule. Where are you joining us from?
So I'm here in sunny Las Vegas. I'm playing the National Open, which starts tonight. I'm actually in between chess events, but I got the call to do the commentary, and I love the Speed Chess Championship, Junior Speed Chess Championship. Super exciting. I love watching the kids play, so I felt like I couldn't say no. So I'm happy to be here.
We love your perspective. Let's take a look at the bracket. I know you've played in some of these knockouts before, the IM, not GM, and all that kind of good stuff. But here's where we stand so far. We have 3 of the 4 quarterfinal matches in the books. You're going to see a lot of Indian flags up there. You will not see another Indian flag, though, because there are no more Indians playing in the match today. But let's see what's happened so far. So Gukesh completely overwhelmed his opponent, Ohanian. He won 8-2, 8-2, 8-2. It sounds like some sort of like a super duper tennis match score there. I called the match yesterday, the late match. Christopher Yu made a furious comeback at the end, but ran out of time and lost to Pranav. And then what did you see this morning, Kosti, in the early match?
So yeah, this morning we had Raunak Sadhwani playing against Samadov, and I was tuning in. And it looked like Raunak was putting on it. He had a big lead going into the bullet, and then he won by quite a big margin. So Raunak rightfully advances to the next bracket.
Exactly. And so we will have at least one Indian player in the finals, but we want to know today, will today's match be one of those close ones, or will it be a little bit lopsided? It's a 3 versus 6 matchup. Let's take a look at the combatants today. We have Denis Lazavik, who of Title Tuesday fame, one of the few FMs to have once won Title Tuesday back in 2021. Of course, he's moved up a couple of FIDE titles. He is a grandmaster now, against the number 1 player from Belgium, even though he probably still is not old enough to drive a car, Grandmaster Daniel Dardha. Kostya, how much do you know about these players, and what are you expecting in their match today?
Yeah, so I know a little bit about both of them. I know Denis Lazavik, he is extremely experienced in these events. He plays a ton of online chess. He's always doing well in Title Tuesday. He's doing well in the Champions Chess Tour. He's playing Division 3, Division 2, and all these events. I was checking his esports earnings before today, and he's earned thousands of dollars from playing these online events. So he's a demon. He's super fast. Every time I watch commentary on him, it's like none of the elite players want to play him. Basically, like think about guys like Aronian, Giri. Nobody wants to play him in online chess. His opponent Dardha, I feel like, is maybe less well known or lesser experienced, but very, very strong player. He recently played this big event in St. Louis, the St. Louis Spring Classic, which was essentially a kind of a softer super tournament. But he's also very high rated. I think he could easily win today's match, but on paper, it definitely looks like Lazavik is kind of a solid favorite.
Let's take a look at him. We actually have a lot more exciting of a background and a setting for Lazavik. Yesterday, Pranav looked like he was playing in some sort of solitary confinement cell. Of course, that's a good way to focus. But anyway, Lazavik's got a lot of his awards behind him. I assume those are for chess. If he wins and if we interview him, we can ask him specifically. Maybe he's got some hidden skill. He's got some fresh light coming in there. And he looks... he looks eager. He looks like this is probably a very awkward 5 minutes for the players waiting for game 1 to start. But there are some of his accolades. 2-time Title Tuesday champion. We already mentioned he won once as an FM. He won the 2023 PCL Levitov Chess Wizards Star Player. Got his Grandmaster title last year. He's playing like a Grandmaster long before he got the title. And finished well above his seeding at the World Blitz Championship. And by the way, he also he drew Magnus yesterday, I believe, in the Title Tuesday. So his accolades keep on coming.
Yeah, the kid is good, Mike. He's good at chess, and when he plays, he usually wins. That's what happens with Denis. He's very, very, very good, very impressive talent.
Well, he is an invited player, and one player who had to qualify his way here is the top Belgian player, Daniel Dardha. I'll be honest with you, not somebody I was terribly familiar with before I did my research, but let's take a look at his resume. He is 17 years old, 2619 FIDE. He is a three-time Belgian chess champion. Kostya, he won his first title at the age of 13. That is a Belgian record for youngest ever to win. He got 20th at the 2022 World Rapid. 2017 under 14 Blitz chess championship winner. And he tied for first this year at the European Championship. Didn't quite have the tie breaks, but Costa, you and I played enough classic chess and know those things don't always go your way. And he won the JSCC qualifier too. By the way, he has beaten Magnus in a title Tuesday using the Trumpowski. If he plays the Trumpowski today, I'll give you $1, Costa.
I'll give you that dollar back because I'm also a big Trumpowski fan. That would be awesome. Yeah, Dardha also, I mean, very, very promising guy. I think of him as like the next, like the Belgian hope, youngest Belgian grandmaster ever. I mean, it's quite amazing to be so accomplished at such a young age, right? And it's very clear the next couple of years we could see him just shoot up to the absolute elite because he's extremely talented.
Yeah, so cool. And I'm sure the country of Belgium is so happy to have him. Let's take a look at Smarter Chess's predictions. By the way, shout out to Smarter Chess, who was Johnny on the spot yesterday, predicting basically a coin flip and got a 1-point match called correctly. He got the wrong winner, but I mean, he knows his stuff. He knows when he's going to have very close matches. And here we see that he's predicting pretty close in the slower time controls. There's going to be 90 minutes of the 5+1 and 60 minutes of the 3+1. He's calling that pretty closely. But Kostya, there is something that jumps out at me in Smarter Chess's predictions. What do you see there?
Of course, like the bullet, right? The bullet is definitely lopsided towards Dennis, but the thing is, okay, it's not 1+0, right? It's 1+1. So it's not only about mouse speed, flagging speed. With the 1 second increment, if one player is in good form and the other player isn't, you're never flagging that guy, right? So I would say it's maybe a little bit closer than that, but okay, I would definitely agree with Smarter Chess that Dennis is a favorite.
There you go. So I'm really excited to see this match. Chat, I want to engage you right away. We're going to get to some fun trivia I've got planned. But first, let's take a look at the time control for the upcoming match. Kostya already said there are going to be some 1 second increments. But let's see how our day is going to look. The two players will play 90 minutes of 5+1. Then they'll play a full hour of 3+1. And even though Smarter Chess is predicting an advantage in the bullet, we only play 30 minutes of 1+1. That is our entire format. In practice, there's about 30 chess games that are often played, sometimes a little less, but sometime in the 25 to 30 game range. And then if a game begins before that sectional timer runs out, we do finish out the game. We've got a tiebreak procedure too. And if I ever say the tiebreak procedure, that's a good thing, Kostya, because it means we're close. But we'll save that in case the match gets close, and we'll tell it to you when the time becomes appropriate. So, Kostya, yesterday there was a lot of different openings being used. What do you enjoy more? Do you enjoy deep, sort of a battle of one opening, or do you like when the players mix it up a little bit?
I definitely prefer when the players mix it up. It kind of depends, right? If you're going to go the same route every time, the same opening, you got to at least try new. I remember there were some matches where the players, they would just go into like the same end game out of the opening. Some opening line leads to like an end game position, and that was like 7 games in the match. It's just like, all right, come on, guys. Like, it's like people are just being stubborn at that point, right? So I do like it when the players, I also think it's just a good strategy to mix it up. I've played a few of these matches, and one thing that I try to do is I try to play a couple different things with white, especially try a couple different first moves, see what they're doing, see where they're comfortable, and then maybe go back to what I think works best. And it's actually kind of a cool blitz strategy because sometimes when you're playing a match, you forget. Game 1, you get crushed in some opening. Then Game 3, your opponent plays something else. Game 5, you play something else. Now Game 7, your opponent plays that same opening, and you forgot that you got crushed, so you just repeat the same thing, and you get killed a second time. So I think it kind of makes sense to mix it up, and then you never really, your opponent can't really expect anything at any point.
We're going to see what happens. We are seconds away from game one, where we get to see who will be able to challenge the Indian dominance in this event. They've won the last three JSCCs. They've got three players already in the semis. Lazavik versus Dardha. It's coming up in only a matter of seconds. Dardha looks ready. Lazavik looks ready. And we are off and running. Denis Lazavik gets white in game one in the 2023 Chess.com Junior Speed Chess Championship, sponsored by Chess Kid, by the way. I should throw that in. They are the ones that pay my bills. And we have a queen's pawn to start out. Denis almost always plays d4 and move one, so let's get used to that. And he also plays a lot of fianchetto systems. Kostya, what do you see in this game one?
So it looks like he went with a Catalan opening. Very, very solid. I think it's a great opening. Usually you see it more at higher levels because players lower levels, they get a little nervous about sacrificing that c-pawn, but white is often willing to give that c-pawn up. And yeah, so here Dardha is playing a very solid system in response. We call this the closed Catalan. Let me start making some highlights on the board. And basically, what this means is that black is just trying to keep the center as solid as possible. They don't want to take and open up white's bishop on g2. They just want to keep the pawn on d5 super stable. Black is going to put the bishop on b7 at some point, maybe play for the c5 break. Okay, he just played the move a5. This indicates maybe he wants to put the bishop on a6 and activate it this way. So yeah, I would say it's a pretty quiet opening. This one's going to be kind of like a slow burn, but we'll see how it goes, because black is often under pressure in the Catalan. I found it's tough to play these positions in blitz because you don't have a lot of time to like figure out your problem. Sometimes you have to find like a precise move. So we'll see. I'm sure Denis is going to try to just win the first game, right? Make a good first mark on the match, and yeah, it'll be interesting. Like who wins this opening battle, and then whether they repeat this in the future.
I actually think we're going to see fewer openings than yesterday's match I called with Christopher Yu. He kept playing different things every single game, but with Denis being almost exclusively d4, settle in, because we might have a little bit of a theoretical battle. And by the way, I teach a few kids in Chess Kid land, and this is actually a little bit of a difficult thing to describe to them. That light squared bishop, they get very concerned about it never getting out. You know, when you show them a pawn structure with e6 and c6, it goes against what you've been taught as a improving player to get all of your pieces out. And if anybody out there, don't do it now, but if you're looking for a game that shows how that light squared bishop can come to life, Irina crushed Gregory Kaidanov from Gibraltar like in 2007. That's the one that I always show. So it's somewhere in my brain, but Kaidanov actually wins with the light squared bishop. So, and Kostya, we've hung out in Gibraltar a lot, so that's right. Kind of tying everything together. But here the bishop comes to a6, which maybe makes a little bit more sense in the Catalan because the white squared bishop is not guarding that c-pawn.
Yeah, actually, it's very interesting because black literally played bishop b7 on the last move. White went knight to c3. Let me see if I can go back a couple of moves here. So bishop b7, knight c3, and then black essentially just loses a move with bishop a6. Normally we say, don't do this. Don't move the same piece twice, especially just not in a row. But I guess the point is now that white has blocked the queen, right? With the knight, the c-pawn is kind of vulnerable. So black kind of improves the bishop. White goes knight d2. And because it's a closed position, you can kind of afford to give up a tempo like this. It's not the end of the world as it might be in like a much more open position. And then b5 from Dardha. So very, very interesting move. He really just wants to immediately solve his problems on the queen side, get some counterplay, open the c file for his rook. And look at this, e4. Denis is not impressed. And he's not impressed. They're just blitzing. BC. Very interesting. Both players seem to think they're doing well here based on the speed of how they're playing.
Yeah, I mean, white has tremendous pressure on the d-pawn. So even though black took and wrecked his pawn structure, it might have been getting a little bit hard to just keep a d-pawn on the board. I do expect white's knight to maybe go to a4 and open up an attack with the queen on the c-pawn. But we have our first Chess Kid mention. White has the snowplow. White has a pawn on e4 and d4, and now black has to worry about those pawns coming forward. But often, if you move the snowplow too soon, you actually end up weakening squares. So white is not looking to move those pawns yet. The knight does come to a4.
Knight a4, now, you called it. Very nice move. Defending like the bishop here on b2 as well. Yeah, it's like a very nice center for white, and black did snag a pawn, but if white is ever able to win this pawn back cleanly, then he just has like a very simple like structural advantage, right? And there he goes, just takes the pawn. He's making sure that everything is defended. So bishop c4, queen c4, bishop on b2 is still protected by knight on a4, and e pawn is still defended. So if he can just take this pawn, then he's very, very comfortable as white, because black is just left with this weakness on the c file. It's very easy to target, right? White's pieces can just pile up against it.
Black would love to play c5 right away, just trade it off right away. The problem is there's a rook on d1 spying the queen, and I don't
Right.
feel comfortable playing c5 when white takes and there's a pin. But if white's queen was just on c7 and he could play c5 right away, black would actually fix his biggest problem, as you mentioned, which is that c pawn.
Yeah. So bishop b5 instead. I think you're absolutely right. If he could play c5, he would absolutely want to. But yeah, the queen needs to get off of the d file first. So queen c7. I think he's kind of implying this move. And the thing is, like, white is definitely better. But if white allows c5, black could just equalize on the spot, right? So it's very, very like delicate position here for Dennis. He has to make sure. And there he goes, knight e3. I think he's piling up on the c file. He wants maybe some rook to c1 next. And yeah, just making sure that black doesn't get rid of this weakness.
I completely agree. In fact, these positions are ones that I love to play because this whole position is boiling down to like one strategic element, which is the weakness of that c pawn. And so I find these a little bit easier to play than a lot of other positions, because if you're white, you're just thinking about one, stopping c5, and only after you've done that, try to win the c pawn. So pretty direct thing going on in this game. Pretty easy for everyone to understand. Bishop a1. We don't see that very often. Why is white intent on trading a pair of rooks, do you think?
Yeah, that's interesting. I think it's one of those things where it's like you just don't want black's rook to be putting pressure on your bishop the whole game. So if you can contest the b file, you might as well. And I think what Dennis has done with developing his knights to e3 and c3 is like, I feel like he wants to play d5 in response to these pawn breaks, like e5 or c5. We'll see if he goes d5 here, because here it's a little bit different, because black gets to take and open up the c file. So e5 actually is a very kind of provocative move from Dardha. It's not clear how white should react to this one. Maybe DE, opening up the bishop on A1, might be challenging. But that also invites black's knight into the game, and so you're always a little bit worried. You don't want to allow instant counterplay.
I wouldn't be surprised if white played knight f5 and delayed the decision, because I don't know, black could play a move that alters your decision over whether or not you're going to push or take or keep the tension. But okay, knight e2, quite passive. I wasn't expecting this. Black is doing a good job of breaking up the snowplow, but still has that weak c pawn that's going to be weak for a long time.
Yeah, knight e2 is just keeping the tension. I guess he wants to recapture on d4 with the knight. Definitely looking at that f5 square. And then, yeah, Dardha just prophylactically brings the bishop back because he sees that tempo coming. Also getting out of the way of the c file for white. So now he can always kind of challenge this one if he wants to.
Yeah, and if the knight comes to f5, you can play g6 right away. So now he's not even having to think about knight f5 or any kind of complications that arise from it. I'm just looking at...
And black up on the clock. He's like 30 seconds ahead. Dennis just playing h3. I think he's just trying to calmly improve his position. Doesn't seem like he's looking for a big kill just yet.
Yeah, Dardha a little more animated. Yesterday, the players were like statues, but you can see Dardha leading in at key moments, and he's acting. He's actually, what's funny? Look at his hat. It says Las Vegas, and you're in Vegas.
Oh, let's go! All right, I'm rooting for him then.
Wait, he's nice. He's not playing the National Open in Vegas, is he?
He's not on the list, but I wouldn't be surprised if he showed up.
Okay, that would be wild. That'd be wild if he was like on the down the hall from you and you had no way to know.
That would be quite funny.
Okay, so we'll see if he's a gambling man. But in this game, he's trying to solve his pawn structure problems, and in doing so, he's had to come back to equal on the clock. His time advantage is completely dissipated, and he's the first player under 1 minute in the opening round of his JSCC match.
Yeah, queen takes b8. And yeah, I think at some point, white really should start thinking about pushing d5 or doing something with the center. Okay, he takes, and we'll see if he follows up, maybe like f4 at some point. It's a weakening move, but it's also very ambitious because you want to grab space. And now white has this kingside majority, and there we see it. So he has 4 pawns versus 3. You definitely want to use these pawns to start pushing black's pieces around.
Yeah, let's see if when the knight moves, if white captures on c6 right away. This is one of those positions where you don't always have to be so eager to capture if you don't want to. You're actually, your knight is hanging.
There's e5, there's bishop takes f6. Yeah, there's all kinds of moves here.
Yeah, and your knight on e2 is hanging. So knight exactly. d4 jumps off the page as a possibility in this position.
Yeah, knight d4 looks nice. Yeah, very good. Just hitting c6. And then also hitting this f5 square. We got e5 coming. It looks very nice, but he's got 30 seconds. So this is essentially a bullet game. And as they say, this will be our first kind of bullet scramble of the match, because there's a ton. This is not a simple end game that they can just blitz out, right? The complicated middle game they're about to.
Yeah, white needed to avoid king h2 there, because either knight sacking on f4 would have been a tactic with a loose knight on e3. So white covers up that diagonal, so reducing the possibility of all those sacrifices. And honestly, if black can't sack on f4, then what's that knight doing on h5? So e5, I think, is a very good move to stop sacrifices.
Yeah, I think, no, strategically black is lost here. It's just a question of if white is going to blunder some kind of tactic, because that Dardha is just fishing. He's fishing for some sacrifice. He wants something to take on f4, on g3, but if everything is defended, he's going to find it very hard to make moves pretty soon.
Yeah, I completely agree. I was looking at double knight sacrifice of a drunken rook. He's down to 15 seconds. Both players now.
He might take now. Now's the time to just use these knights.
I agree. First available opportunity to get 2 pawns for a knight is the time to do it. Here goes.
He's sacking. Right. I think absolute correct practical decision. White has 10 seconds. You just have to try your best. Oh, but rook b1 is strong. Where does the queen go? Yes, to self pin. Now a3 might just be winning.
Yeah, a3 I wasn't seeing anything, but he grabs the c pawn now. Interesting time to do so. Only 2 seconds left scrambling.
Yeah, just seconds each, just trying to make moves. White's completely winning, but it's all about the clock now. Oh, but I think he's got it. Yeah, it's too much material. That's it.
Yeah, Dardha shook his head when he realized that the counterplay was over. So the first strike is struck by Denis Lazavik. He holds serve as white, and now we invert colors. Daniel plays more d4 than e4, but he does mix it up. And we said at the beginning of the broadcast, he once beat Magnus with the Trumpowski, and in game 1, we already have a Trumpowski.
Let's go. Yeah, bringing out the big guns. I think the Trumpowski is a very good blitz opening, because it's like not as well studied as like e4 main lines, d4 main lines, but it still leads to very sharp dynamic positions. The structures are always weird. Here black has to play with double pawns on the king side, right? It's like very, very unpleasant in the long run in a blitz game. And if white is like an experienced Trumpowski player like Dardha is, just playing it constantly, then he's going to have huge experience in these kinds of positions. So definitely a big weapon for him.
And let's not forget, Magnus once played it in a world championship, actually game 1 of the 2016 world championship. It's not clear if it was halfway a joke at the president-elect, which had been elected a few days before. But nonetheless, a Trumpowski was played in relatively recent world championship. Okay, so in this game, we have...
I think he did confirm that, actually. I think he did.
He did. I wouldn't put it past him. Or something. Yeah, he does that sort of thing. We have another weak c-pawn. Luckily for black, it is an extra c-pawn, and I doubt black harbors many illusions about keeping the pawn. So much like the last game, white is trying to figure out what is the optimal way to win it back. And if you take with the wrong piece and you allow b5, you could end up in some pain. So white plays rook c1. Computer doesn't like it, though.
Yeah, we saw the question mark pop up. I think because of this move, just b5, black holds on to the pawn. And how exactly is white supposed to win it back? I guess on b3 there might be bishop a3, for example, hitting the rook and dealing with white's coordination there.
So I wonder, Kostya, while you're in the analysis board, maybe rook fc1. Maybe this is a classic which rook problem. So if the rook on f had come to c1, then b5 could be answered by the classic undermining move a4. And a6 is not playable. So I don't know. Which rook could have been the wrong rook?
I think this looks good. I mean, Eval Bar definitely agrees with you here. AB5 as we can just take the rook. Maybe rook fc1 was the way to do it. I think you might be absolutely right. So going to the live position now. So a4, a6 played. Yeah, and this is the difference now. A takes b5 is not anything special. Knight d4, bishop b7. And that's interesting. So he's leaving the pawn on b5 hanging. Looks like he's got this tactic in mind. If white takes twice, he's got queen c6 at the end, hitting the knight and also the mate on g2. So white cannot take this pawn. Going back to the live position here. So just b3. So yeah, he's just trying to open things up on the queen side. As white is slightly ahead in development. He has this pin on the c file. Black's queen is hanging. So yeah, not clear how black should hold on to everything. Bishop b4 could be rook a1. Bishop a3, I mean, rook a1. Board.
Well, while we're trying to figure out how exactly this game unfolds, let's involve the chat a little bit. I did come with some trivia because in land, if you don't give the kids trivia, they start yelling for it. So I'm going to preempt that and say, Daniel Dardha is already the top-rated Belgian player by a country mile. In fact, the number 2 Belgian player is 46 years older than Daniel Dardha. But that's not my question. My question is, who are the most famous Belgian-born players of all time? I have 2 listed. You know both of their names. So the 2 most famous Belgian-born players, chat, obviously you could do the Googles, but give it a shot, please. And Kostya, I didn't know this until an hour ago. So don't feel bad if this one's a little bit of a high bar for trivia.
Yeah, I can't say I know off the top of my head, but it sounds like I would recognize the names of the players.
I'll give you a hint. One has a famous opening named after himself, and one is more famous for his exploits in the US, although he is Belgian born. So
I see. Okay, yeah. I think chat got the opening one just based on their consistency.
Somebody named a football player. I don't know. Does De Bruyne play chess? But chat already got both Edgard Colley of the Colley system fame, and also
he's responsible.
Yeah, and George Koltanowski, one of the first, maybe the first dean of American chess, was born in Belgium.
Oh, Koltanowski. He was also a big blindfold chess guy, right?
Absolutely. He used to do the Knights Tour and all kinds of things. So yeah, there's a I'm not going to say a rich chess tradition, but a burgeoning chess tradition that's being revived by Dardha. So some things have clarified here on the board. And now it's back to another weak c-pawn. It's the theme of the match so far. This time white has the weak c-pawn and black has planted a knight on c3, although it might be one of those octopi that doesn't do anything. I'm not sure.
No, all octopi do a lot. Yeah, I would say this knight on c3. To me, it looks very, very strong because it's supported by the pawn on b4, which is supported by the dark squared bishop, which black owns. White does not have a dark squared bishop that can kind of oppose this one. So to me, it looks like black is clearly better, but of course it's never simple. But I love this move actually from Dennis just now, f4, just undermining white's entire structure here. And making it very hard for white to kind of keep everything defended. Knight on d4 was loose, so he reinforces it here with knight f3. But now black can take on e3 and just immediately leave white with another isolated pawn and weakness.
Yeah, black went from the worst pawn structure to perhaps maybe even a slightly better pawn structure after the f-pawn takes the e-pawn. And thanks for clarifying, Kostya. You now have just become my octopus teacher. Cool. Oh, chat's going to hate that. Chat is not going to like that pun. But okay. So back to our game. Undermining of the dark squares when you have a dark squared bishop, that's usually a winning combo.
Yeah, that's definitely the right approach here. And the thing about these double pawns get a very bad rap, but once you trade off one of them, you still have the second pawn defending the king, right? So it's actually kind of a useful feature of the position for black. So king h1, very practical move, just getting the king off of the dark squares, putting it on a light square. White is going to have some back rank issues in the future, but I'm guessing maybe he'll go h3 at some point to make left. So black trades rooks. I feel like he's got to take on e3 at some point. He just goes queen b7, just leaving that tension, which is very interesting.
I wonder if it's almost psychological, where by not taking, there's a discomfort in tension, right? That's why stronger players are more comfortable leaving tension, because they're more used to it, whereas it feels unnatural. And maybe by leaving the pawns there, he's just trying to make white feel that little bit of extra uncomfortableness.
We see rook a5 with the big question mark. Of course, the players don't see this when they're playing the game. They just see the board itself, no eval bar, no question mark. So they're not exactly aware. And knight e4, I guess there was like a missed win there for black. I'd be curious, maybe we can just quickly check what was overlooked in the variations. Looks like takes and then maybe rook a8, just kind of going after white's a file, and then the back rank when the queen recaptures would have been quite brutal.
Oh, that's actually easy to miss because I was looking for like E5 and direct measures to the first rank and stuff like that. But yeah, just trading rooks. White's back rank was that weak, and White has to worry about the blockade of this B pawn. And as we know, queens make terrible blockaders because when they get attacked, they have to run away. So there's just multiple problems for White here. And Dennis is looking to try to go 2-0, which would be a great start for him in this match.
Yeah, he's definitely got the edge here. Looks like he might have missed another win, but at this point, it's like the players have a minute on their clock, and so even if there's like a sharp tactical win, a lot of times they're not really looking to calculate like something super concrete, right? That's like he's just trying to make like a good move that improves his position. Because Black is essentially he's playing like the squeeze, right? White has weaknesses. He wants to put pressure. He's trying to kind of like basically win this without tactics, right? Just kind of bring everything in, and then White's position collapses.
Yeah, like in the previous move,
Mhm.
in the previous move cost, yeah, I was looking at fancy things like knight f2, check, queen takes b2. But you're right. There's probably no need to do stuff like that when, like, this move is great. You're eyeballing the e1 square. You're pressuring the rook. You might just collect the c pawn. So this is a more professional way to win for sure.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, it's a big struggle for me. I never know like when I should calculate in blitz. Like if I have 1 or 2 minutes, like should I spend 20 seconds trying to find a forced variation or just make the most obvious move? And like here, okay, he grabs the pawn. Engine doesn't like it. He has something better, but psychologically now he's a pawn up. Although maybe White can get away with taking on b3, who knows, and try to kind of liquidate a bit. But I don't know. It still looks like huge pressure for Black. And now Dardha under 20 seconds. So very unpleasant situation for him here.
And if there's one thing I want everybody to realize, that eval bar does not understand practicality. So sometimes I have students who are like, but this move is +3 and this move is +3.3. And I'm like, yeah, but the +3 one is like so simple to win. Nobody would ever play the other one. So, okay, that's a big win for White to just get all of the pawns on one side of the board. Now, knight f2 check. I'm not sure where that White king's going, but when you have the knights and not the bishops, and when you're facing the strong b pawn, I'm sure that Daniel Dardha is happy about getting rid of that b pawn, but he still looks like he's lost anyway.
Yeah, I mean, this is so dangerous for White's king. Knight f2 is coming. Maybe he should have played h3 at some point just to give the king a square, but it's so hard to defend this position. It's like the back rank is still weak. And yeah, now Dennis, he's thinking. So I think maybe he smells the eval bar here. He's like, maybe there's something going on. So knight f2 check, but where do you go? Because bishop is hanging, rook's hanging. Wow, rook d1. Rook
Okay.
d1 is a very interesting move. So takes. The knight on c1 is now hanging.
Yes.
I think, oh, what a trick. What a trick.
Yeah, very counterintuitive to trade rooks. You want to keep stuff on the board so your minor pieces have something to target. But that was a nice trick, and the bishop just takes up a piece, and a 2-0 start for the 3C Denis Lazavik. Could not have asked for anything better. And actually, I would say better start to finish. Once he kept that c-pawn, White had to go through such consternation to try to win it back, and it just never got his pieces organized, essentially.
That was such an interesting tactic. That was the first time I've seen, because Black was doing a discovered check, right, with the bishop and the knight. Usually it's the knight that's moving, that's like capturing the piece, right? The knight moves somewhere and then it takes something, right? Yeah. But in that case, it was actually the bishop giving the check that ends up winning the material. So it was a very funny way, the way he went rook d1 and just basically forced him. I don't think it was like totally lost there for White. I think he might have had a defense, but he had seconds on the clock, Dardha. So very hard to hold that position.
Yeah, I agree. Anytime it's a pattern outside of our normal pattern recognition, it takes us a little bit longer, and I didn't see it. I was looking only at knight moves, but the bishop was the hero. So we have basically a repeat of game one, except that we find a bishop on c3 on this game, not a knight on c3. So apparently Dennis, even though he won game one, he's the one making some slight alterations here to how he wants to approach the opening.
Yeah, a little bit different, but looks like, Dennis is happy with his Catalan. He's just going to keep playing this. And Dardha, I guess, has a very solid repertoire at the QGD. It's definitely too early to switch it up, start going crazy, with super sharp openings. If this is his main repertoire and this is what he plays, I think this is what he should stick with. And yeah, it's going to, so far it's 2-0. It's tough. I have some experience with this. I've had a couple matches in the SpeedChess Championship, and 3 of my matches have started 5-0 for one of the players, with me being on the losing side for 2 of them. I can tell he's very brutal. It's like you start the match, you lose the first game, you lose the second game. You feel like they were very close games. Like you had chances in both games. It's just bad luck. You lost both. But then it's like, you still haven't won a game, right? So mentally, it starts to mess with you. You lose confidence. You wonder if you can even win anymore. It's amazing. Dardha's probably won thousands of games in his life, but right now he feels like he can't win a game.
And I had
That's
some
kind of the
experience
pressure.
playing against the Catalan over and over, because for 3 straight years at the exact same tournament, I was black against Alexander Vaitkevich, who used to play the Catalan every game, and I was black every game. And so I felt like, stop it, because it's actually kind of a frustrating opening. And Lazavik actually plays basically the Catalan against the King's Indian defense too. So he loves the setup, not just the opening. He is very familiar with this, and maybe he's even read the late Alexander Vaitkevich's book on the subject. I'm not exactly sure. But also keep in mind, Kosi, you just brought up your experience in this format in one-on-one knockouts, but Lazavik has played the last 2 junior speed chess championships. Now, he has not advanced out of the first round. Of course, he did play Jeffrey Xiong and also Arjun Erigaisi, so that's maybe one reason why he didn't advance, but he has some familiarity, and he held his own against those players. He basically lost 15.5 to 9.5 against Jeffrey, 15.5 to 10.5 against Erigaisi, so he hung in there, but that experience is starting to pay off so far, and we have an imbalance in the pawn structure here, Kostya.
Yeah, it looks like e4 was just played and de4. Engine not liking de4. To me, it looks pretty normal, and the eval bar still is more or less equal here for both sides. I guess maybe black had something better. I'm just curious what exactly the engine wanted, since we have some time. So knight takes e4 apparently was a lot stronger. Let's see why. Takes, pawn takes, and well, if queen takes, the pawn on c4 is hanging. I guess Dennis wanted some other move here, like knight d2 or something to go after the pawn. But then black is just going f5 and defending it. So I guess this is what was missed, is that black is just holding on to this pawn. And then white can't really take with the queen because black will take on c4. Now in the game, after e4, the difference is d takes e4. Here white has the move knight g5. So he's able to win back the pawn on e4. In the other line, this square was covered by the bishop. So that's why the engine like knight takes e4. Very simple nuance, but it makes sense. Now Dardha played very nice move e3 here, giving the pawn back, but on his terms, forcing white to weaken. You remember what Lazavik did in the last game with f4, weakening white structure. So Dardha's like, how do you like that? Taste of your own medicine. And now c5. So yeah, he's just following the same approach as last time, just hitting white on the dark squares and making it very painful for this king on g1.
Well, at least he's getting rid of his weak c-pawn a little bit earlier than in the last game, because he had to suffer with it for quite a while in game 1. So a little bit of minor success there. He's not going to have to be, pounded and just defending one pawn for the rest of the game. But I like it. A little bit of difference here. And we've got a very active discussion in the chat about all things Belgium. So we've awakened our Wolf-Free lovers there. And keep it coming, guys.
Nice. I've been to Belgium once. I stayed there for about a week. It was great. Actually, a lot of chess in Belgium, because in the bars, it's very popular to play like board games and stuff. And there are definitely a ton of chess players. So I remember going and they had like a blitz night, and yeah, big chess culture.
Yeah. And of course, big tournaments have been in Leuven the last couple of years. So I'd like to get back. Very nice country, very nice people. And white is trying to figure out, do we keep the tension? Do we push? In fact, you know what one of my hardest lessons to record on Chess Kid was? It was called stay, push, or capture. It's like this position. Now, I can almost rule out capture. I don't think white's going to wreck the pawn structure in this position and allow the bishop to get to c5. But stay, push, or capture. It happens so often in a chess. Okay, I'm just going to put my head below the table here because I'm totally... Oh, no, the computer says question mark. I'm redeemed.
He captured, yeah. No, actually, that's a great way to put it. For me, I'm always like, oh, do you keep the tension? Do you advance? I've never found a comfortable way to express... No, stay, push, and capture. That's genius.
What could be going on in Dennis's mind, though, to play the exact move that I said not to play? Why would you wreck your pawn structure and allow the bishop to get to c5? Is there a checkmate on h7?
Well, yeah, clearly he's calculated something. So on, let's say, knight c5, he was going to take on f6, and then there's queen takes or queen h7 in the end.
Got it.
But as long as black's knight is on d7 and can recapture with the knight, then h7 is covered. So that was his idea. Engine didn't like DC, but notice black's next move was h6, also like a mistake. So it's just obvious that this position is just not simple for the players, right? There's tons of tactics going on. Engine sees it instantly, but okay, these guys literally have seconds on their clock. It's not so simple.
We call h6 in chess kid land the no parking side, but can we put that pawn back and just see if the bishop takes on c5, was
Yeah.
there a direct tactic? Because the knight on d7 needs to guard the other knight, but it's also on the line of a rook on d1. Now, if white could sprinkle fairy dust and remove his own knight on d2, then there'd be some brilliancies.
I think the only move he would really be afraid of here is because it doesn't look like white has anything, but maybe like knight e4 is possible to get scared that too much stuff is happening on f6. Engine, of course, laughs at this, but as a human, I think it is quite possible to start seeing ghosts in these lines.
Yeah, luckily black has bishop e3 with a check, but okay, I get that your position feels very tenuous after bishop takes because you could get yourself mated. So the no parking sign I understand, but now we have the c6.
So the players are just like trading computer mistakes back and forth. It's such a sharp position, it's really not surprising. But now we just have this, and Dennis is down to 20 seconds here, so this is very dangerous for him.
First time all match, we've seen a large discrepancy on the clock. And now Daniel is this is the kind of position that you want when you have a big lead on time, which is lots of complications still. And generally, we like to keep pieces on the board when we have a big advantage on time. The queen is being discover attacked. She could go to a7 with tempo. Let's see if she chooses that square or if she's afraid of bishop d4 as a response.
Yeah, I do like a7. Just not b7, right? That would be lining up against white's bishop and just run into knight takes f6. But definitely a huge spot for Daniel here. I think he would really benefit from winning this game. I know it's very obvious, but he would really, really benefit from winning this game because he's up on the clock. His position looks good. Queen's just came off, so he's not getting checkmated anymore. Now he just has a very comfortable endgame. Black is just clearly better here. You don't need the eval bar to understand. White has a weakness on e3. Black has no such weaknesses. Black's pieces look good. Black is just clearly ahead here. And, of course, he's way up on the clock, too.
All right, let's see if the man in the Las Vegas hat can get on the scoreboard here. He's got all of the trumps, as Kostya just said, and big advantage on the clock. Let's see how this is actually a nice prelude to the bullet, because in the bullet, both players are going to get down to less than 10 seconds. It's just almost required. So we're getting an early preview here on how Dennis does. He's won 2 title Tuesdays, though, so this is not unfamiliar territory. By the way, he got his bullet rating above 3,100 yesterday.
Yeah, Dennis is one of those players where like it doesn't matter how many seconds he has, he's still going to come up with a reasonable move in the position. Like he's not just going to blunder like a bunch of stuff in a row or just like hang checkmate. He's like actually playing like very reasonable moves. Maybe not at his usual super high level, but like, I mean, it's just insane what some of these players can do with literal seconds.
Okay, well, there's a pig on the 7th, another chess kid term for a rook dominating that second rank, and the rook slides over, but bishop d4 did prevent a doubling of the rooks. Maybe that rook should have gone to e2, so black could have put the other rook on c2, but that's water under the bridge now.
Yeah, I think there was like bishop f1 in the position to be concerned with, but I agree. I think there might have been a way for black to get both rooks down, but now he's challenging this rook, so very, very good defense by Dennis here, not letting, if black activates both rooks, it's over without trading one. But since white traded one, now it's a lot safer for the king. And this is starting to look very holdable for white.
Black's light square bishop wants to relocate to that long diagonal, but it hasn't been able to get to e4 or to sack that d pawn. But that's really where the black bishop wants to live.
But look at this last move, g4. He's cutting off the king, and he's threatening bishop f8, rook g7. Some very, very nasty stuff. And now Dardha's pausing because he does not like the looks of that. Okay,
well, the time discrepancy is down to only 15 seconds. Dardha has 20. Lazavik, unbelievable chess to get to this with only seconds every single turn. He needs that 1 second increment. And I wonder if Dardha will bail out here after being better all game. No, he's trying to get that bishop to e4.
Yeah, at this point, I think black should be more than happy with just a draw, given how the match has gone. Just don't lose the game. Okay, rook trade coming.
Yeah.
But this is actually not bad for black because, wow, he doesn't take. I was sure he would just go for the opposite color bishop endgame, because normally you want to trade the rooks off. He's going to be down a pawn now, right? So playing for the draw. But
I think he was so in love with that bishop getting to e4, and he did threaten mate for a moment, and now he might even lose.
Yeah, it looks gone now. White's g pawn has just crashed through.
And
Oh
how to
man.
stop rook h8. There's no way. By the way, the players can see each other's cameras. I'm not sure if Dennis saw Daniel's reaction there, but it was not one of positivity. And instead of having the score, the margin goes up to 3. Kostya, you are maybe going to be part of another 5-0 opening, although the Belgian community is definitely not rooting for that. So 3-0 for the favorite, Denis Lazovic.
Yeah, that's brutal. I mean, that game, of course, he was probably winning at various points, but yeah, not to at least get the half point, I think is very disappointing for Dardha. I'm very confused after rook takes f6 why he didn't just take the rook. I guess he thought maybe the opposite color bishop endgame is lost, but I feel like at that point you have to make the draw. Just get the half point, get on the scoreboard. And it's still a long match, you know. I mean, they're going to play for a bunch more games, right? So, I don't know if he was like trying to just win at all costs, but yeah, that was a huge risk.
It's hard in chess when you're better most of the game and you have a lead on the clock. He may have just thought that both of those factors were in play by not trading rooks. We've got FM Chuck Adelman in the chat who also agrees should have just traded rooks. We agree too, but very tough in the moment. The knight on h5 not being guarded, but the problem is if you play knight takes g5, knight takes g3, hits the rook, and then we get mass hysteria with bishop takes f7, but I don't think
or
white
just queen takes, right, defending the knight. Sorry too.
Right. I guess knight takes e5 was a slightly better chance,
Yes,
but knight
exactly.
takes knight takes g3, then knight takes c6. You want to go for some real mess?
Yeah, so this is always something that has to be calculated by both players, just to make sure that, you know, if black plays knight h5, they got to make sure knight takes e5, knight takes g5. These are not working.
Yeah.
Looks like he just went knight f1.
Okay.
And yeah, wait. So here we got a different opening, right? This is
e4.
new.
Yeah.
E4.
Yeah.
What a move.
Yeah, Daniel's got this in his repertoire. He plays mostly d4, but not exclusively, whereas Denis, it's pretty much always d4.
Right. First game, he hit him with the Trompowski. Mm-hmm. And he didn't do well out of the opening, right? So he switches it up this time, but he might go back to the Trompowski later. We'll see if he tries to surprise him again.
You don't want to take the knight, but you really don't want to play rook g1 either. This is seemingly very good to get that knight to f4.
Very annoying move. Mm-hmm.
And if you take it, no matter which way black takes back, then that on f1 looks really silly. But there's no sillier move than rook g1. That is really not what you want to be doing.
I don't like rook g1. I think you could take and then just move the knight back to d2 or something, but I don't know. Maybe knight e3 is interesting.
Yeah, sack the pawn, and then the knight has to like run away to h4 or something. Yeah,
exactly. So take, black takes on g2, king f2. Then the knight would have to go to h4.
Actually, no, knight f4 is possible.
Oh, knight f4 is still playable too. That's true. Yeah, to me, this would look very, very messy from white's point of view. And I definitely wouldn't want this if I could avoid it. But let's see. Hold on. We actually we got some moves. We got knight e3.
But the king went the other way.
And then you went king d2. See, that's smart. He saw the line with knight f4 where the bishop is getting trapped on g3. So he doesn't put the king on f2, blocking the bishop.
Yeah, but now we want to see knight e3 insta followed by f5 or something. Okay.
Knight e3 might have been interesting. Actually, apparently, knight h4, not the right move. But black had many moves. There was like bishop g4, bishop h3. This position, again, super, super sharp. So it's going to be pretty much impossible for these players to play with engine accuracy. In fact, if they weren't making mistakes, that would maybe even be a bigger issue.
I'm not sure what you're suggesting, but yeah. This is, by the way, the event where we get to see tomorrow's stars. In fact, it's weird to call them tomorrow stars when they're already 2,600 at the ages of 16 and 17. But for those of you just joining in to the 2023 Chess.com Junior Speed Chess Championship, these are names where in like a year's time, you're going to be telling all your friends, I remember when I saw him, because the past winners of this event, Wei Yi, Nihal Sarin won it twice, Arjun Aragaisi. We've also had Ali Reza Farouja play, Jordan Van Foreest. So a lot of people, they make sort of this their coming out party. And a lot of fans, we hear about these players for the first time. So I'm really hoping that you file away some of these names, because even if you don't, they're going to be at the top of the Chess.com news pages for years to come.
Yeah, for sure. And they're still so young that they can make tons of progress like in the next couple of years. And it's great that they have these opportunities to just play like super high level matches, high pressure, high stress, get experience. playing these high level events. I think it's partly the reason why we then see these juniors doing pretty well against like Magnus and company and like the Champions Chess Tour, like showing no fear, just taking them down the rapid blitz games. Because they play so many of these games online, they just get used to it. They get this insane experience, and they just develop to become very, very strong players.
Well, we have a very creative idea here by White. White did not like any of the positions after knight f4 where he had to guard the pawn or give away one of his better minors. So he's chosen to both sack a pawn and walk his king to the middle. And we're going to see if he can recover the pawn. It's not so important of a pawn right now, but also he's got some open lines for his rooks. And importantly, the king on d2 looks relatively secure because there's no d5 pawn break for black just yet to open up this d file.
Yeah, he's basically got like an alpha 0 king here where it's like, generally you don't want your king in the center, but if you have a bunch of pawns in front of it, then it is very safe and it's not easy for black to make headway. But with bishop e6, Dennis is indicating he wants to take on c4 and weaken white structure even further. And of course, in the long run, like black is always going to have ideas of castling queenside, bringing rooks to the g file, and trying to infiltrate via g2. So the position is super, super dangerous, I think, for honestly for both sides. Like both sides could find themselves squeezed here based on who wins the g file. So there white goes, rook g1. I think he's going to look to double and contest this file as much as he can. King d7, the engine doesn't like that one. My instinct would be d4. Yeah, exactly. Then Dardha has the same instinct. And now it's, d5 is a big threat. So how does black supposed to deal with this one?
Yeah, maybe you see if you bring your queen back, then you lose the h3 pawn with check. So could it be that you play d5 here? The rarest of rares, opening up your own king. But, Vladimir Kramnik just texted me, and he's very happy that these players are playing Kramnik chess for at least one game. That's no castling chess for those of you who aren't familiar with the term.
No castling chess, exactly. Yeah, I wonder maybe black should have castled last move so that on d4, the queen could still back up to d7 and keep that pawn on h3 defended. But yeah, king d7, basically a little bit too creative, as they say. And now it gets hit right with this immediate central push.
I'm not
so
sure
this
if
is another chance for Dardha.
Not sure if I caught what you said perfectly, but castles wasn't terribly legal.
Oh, yes, good point.
But that was a teachable moment, and Kostya was setting me up because that's what I do on Chess Kid. So he was setting me up, but I didn't even notice at first either that it wasn't possible. But that was the problem.
I didn't realize. I thought he was just being creative. No, now I understand. My apologies to Dennis. Of course, he would have castled if he could, but yeah, it was not allowed by the rules of chess.
Now the king is going to walk to a7,
now?
I guess.
Yeah, but he's allowing d5 right with the fork. So what's his move on?
Oh, 95.
D5 wants 95.
Yeah,
Ooh, tricky.
And
Dennis.
it only works the king on c8 because now pawn takes queen is not check after d5.
Okay, so Daniel's calculating this, and engine obviously sees a refutation, but we'll see if Daniel can spot it. You could take on e5 with the knight there, and then h3 will be hanging, but.
Yeah, that's true. An inverse of the previous game, though, where Dennis enjoys his first substantial time advantage of the match.
Yeah, maybe there's just a quiet move here, like rook g3 or something, defending f3, and then reinstigating the threat of d5. He's burning a lot of time here. He clearly thinks it's a critical moment. I believe he's right. I mean, black's rooks are disconnected. I mean, both kings are in the center, but white has connected rooks, which is a huge advantage. Black is essentially a rook down here. So it definitely feels like the moment where you have to find something. So king c2, yeah, that doesn't feel quite right. Very safe move, though. He's getting out of knight takes f3.
I think you play queen c4 here. Even if you lose the h-pawn with check, you're threatening queen e2. You're threatening multiple knight captures with the pinned c-pawn. You're giving your opponent problems, and you're stopping the d5 idea once and for all. I mean, you don't really need to keep that h-pawn. It's going down, and your king is walking to a7 anyway, so you hardly care queen takes pawn being his check.
Yeah. Shout out to Ranked in the chat. I think he got the line that maybe would have given white the big advantage. I'm just going to quickly go back to this moment because Engine was showing just essentially forced win before king to c2, and yeah, let's see. So apparently d5 was the move, knight e5, and then this of course he saw, but he couldn't find the right move here. Apparently rook af1 was the way to go. Very not obvious, just like hitting the queen, getting your own queen attacked, and then defending your knight, but keeping all the tension in the board. Definitely not easy to see, but let's go back to the live position here.
And
So
now
queen
we see,
c4 played.
Yeah, we have to see how Dardha handles having very little time on his clock.
And the queens have come off, knight e1. Looks like actually black has improved quite a lot. But yeah, Daniel in huge time trouble here.
I'm actually surprised the computer's not giving a big advantage to white, because all of white's pieces are ready to jump, whereas black needs a couple of moves to get all of his pieces. And I know that white is technically down a pawn for the moment, but white's activity clearly to me is worth the pawn. But the computer says it's still within the range where black can hold. Problem is, of course, Dardha has 5 seconds.
Yeah, d5, very nice move. Just shutting down the knight on d8, making it very hard for the rook on a8 to get in. Beautiful move with seconds on your clock. Now I think he's going to reinforce with c4. Nope, he takes. Knight takes, the knight comes out. Well, now black is very close to getting everything out and just equalizing. And then it's just going to come down to the time scramble. So far, Dennis, though, has shown to be very competent in these scrambles. I mean, finding not just like normal moves, but like strong moves with the 1 second increment. So this is going to be a tough one.
Yeah, and Dardha is like living on the edge here. He's down to 0.3 seconds. He's down to 0.0. Clock was showing nothing.
Almost not. Yeah, he's not getting the move off in time, and he flags after knight c4. The position is still okay for white, but he just had no time and didn't get the move off quick enough.
Yeah, in fact, it looked like he was a little bit surprised that he flagged there. Like, I thought I got the move in, but a cool drink of Gatorade or whatever it is Lazavik is drinking there. A 4-0 lead. He could not have asked for a better start. And we are going to go into a break, but you could not have asked for a better start if you are a Denis Lazavik fan. If you watched Title Tuesday, you might have already become one. If not, you're becoming one now. But after a quick break, we're going to come back with the remainder of the 5+1 between Lazavik and Dardha. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you soon.
Time they're either rook c7, a7's falling.
It is e4. He pushes the pawn. This is getting a little messy. Takes a knight f1.
Knight f3.
Like knight f3. King e4.
Knight e1.
Move.
Oh my gosh! 0.9 seconds when that move was played.
On b1. Move the rook.
I was gonna say king c2 and run the king.
King
knight
e2,
g3.
knight d4. Takes it.
Was it?
Takes an a7. White's winning.
Oh my gosh!
Takes it right. Knight c2 was winning.
But there was checkmate in 1 for black after knight takes g3.
Oh my god, that was me. And instead he played here, and you're now losing on time. When
my
knight c2 and a7 wins for white.
Oh my gosh.
I really love watching games by top female players and studying their games from the past. And I think that's like one really cool thing that the chess community could do more of. I know my friend Luciana is publishing a chessable course on some of the great games by the early world champions, Vera Benchik, Rudenko. And you can learn just as much from these games as you can learn from any game. And yet it does provide inspiration and like adds like depth to our chess culture. So about 10 years ago, I published a book called Play Like a Girl with like tactics by female chess players, and I'm actually redoing that book. And it's so much fun to just like kind of like dig in and see some of the most important tactical themes in chess: decoy, in between move, pins, double attacks, and to look for like some of the best examples by top female players. So when you hear all these discussions about women in chess, it's great, but sometimes I'm just like, wow, you should just like go study some Muzichuk games.
Welcome back to the fourth and final quarterfinals of the 2023 Chess.com Junior Speed Chess Championship, sponsored by Chess Kid. And we have ourselves the early makings of a blowout, but we hope it doesn't continue. We hope to get some excitement. Denis Lazavik, though, starts out with 4 wins in 4 games against the Belgian superstar Daniel Dardha. There we see it on the screen. We're halfway through the 5-minute segment. Kostya, what does Daniel have to do to get back in this match?
Mike, he needs some points. He needs some points on the board. But look, Dardha is a very strong player. So far, I don't feel like Denis has been outplaying him, right? It's just in the time scrambles, Denis is clearly faster. He sees more things. He blunders less. He doesn't flag, right? So I feel like Daniel needs to kind of adjust and just avoid these time scrambles. He's very good at them, of course, but I think so far Denis has just proven to be faster.
Well, the break might help. Sometimes in tennis, you fake an injury when you lose the first set 6-0, just to regroup. Kostya, you said you've started out a couple of matches on our website, Love 5. What did you do to get yourself back in those matches?
Yeah, so it's very tough. I remember I was down 0-5 against Lawrence Trent and then down 0-5 against James Canty. Both matches, I ended up winning game 6. And then I got, within a couple of points. Actually, against Candy, we even evened it up at one point, so I was able to bounce back. Basically, you have to keep your confidence. You have to remember, you're a very strong player. You've been playing this game for years and years and years. You can still win a game. And these matches are pretty streaky. So I feel like once Daniel scores, which he absolutely will, then things will kind of change. He'll realize, okay, I can beat this guy, and I think it's purely psychological at this point, right? And in terms of their chess strength, the score should be closer, but it's just the streak. It's the fact that Denis started out fast and he's winning these games, and so it kind of piles on, right? So it's hard. It gets harder and harder to win a game, but of course, at some point, I think it'll happen.
Game 5 is underway, and no surprise at all, Lazavik is back to d4. He's going to play g3, almost up. I got that one right. And also, Smarter Chess has upped the prediction percentage. Lazavik starting out 71%. Now, after 4 wins, up to 87%. That's like winning 7 out of 8 matches. If my elementary school math teacher is watching, can you bump up my grade? But this is different. This is not that triangle pawn formation. For the first time, Daniel has fianchettoed his own queen's bishop and is looking for a wholly different type of position.
Yeah, he's played the Queen's Indian here, which is also very solid. But I think this is definitely a smart choice to switch it up because the Catalan's not working. If you lose twice in the same opening, it's like you just have to admit it's not working for you. You have to try something new, and not make it easy for Denis, who can just keep playing his usual stuff. So this is also a very solid position for Black. He's just kind of trying to control the e4 square. He's going to trade off this knight at some point, either for White's knight or possibly the bishop on d2. Still kind of remains to be seen. And the point of the bishop on b7, of course, just kind of neutralize the bishop on g2 in the long run. But still, White has a little bit more space. So officially, White is a bit better here. But yeah, we'll see how this one takes off.
Maybe he got some coaching during the break. His dad is one of his coaches. His dad's an FM, and we do not have an on-site reporter in Brussels or Bruges or Ghent or Antwerp. I'm now officially out of Belgian cities. Wherever he is, he might have somebody in that house helping him. By the way, his grandfather's also a chess player, and he's been coached a little bit by Ivan Sokolov, one of the best in the business. So who knows? Maybe he's got somebody important on speed dial that he was able to consult during our short break.
I would hope so. I think for these matches, you get very short breaks, like 3-4 minutes. I would imagine these players have like a second or something that they can talk to in between the break. Someone that's like analyzing the games and telling them, don't play this move in the Catalan, do this, try this instead. Because it's very hard to do that work yourself in like the 2-3 minutes. So it's very useful to have someone helping you that can give you a tip during the break, of course.
I was wondering if Black was putting his queen on b7 there and forming a battery. But in any case, White decides to fianchetto his own knight, trade off a light squared bishops. And this has been probably one of the most stable positions we've had so far, because in all the other positions, there's been a lot of tension in the center with pawns. But for the first time, we're going to have maybe a little bit of a slower buildup than the first 4 games.
Yeah, this is going to be a real quiet one because obviously White has a ton of space, but because Black has already traded off a couple of minor pieces, it doesn't feel like such a big deal. Black's position would be a lot more cramped if there was knight on f6, bishop on b7. Then the pieces wouldn't feel like they have room. But here I think black is actually more or less okay. He's going to fight for the center at some point. c6, very interesting move. He goes back to his roots. He's like, I need that pawn on d5. I need the triangle. But here it makes sense, a lot of sense. He's already traded off white's light square bishop. Now he's putting his pawns on the light squares to kind of play against white's dark square bishop, which is in danger of becoming a bad piece.
Yeah, that's really good analysis. Why d5 and that pawn structure is so much, not good. It was not good in the previous couple of games, but it makes even more sense here. I like what you said there.
Yeah, and okay, we see b5. I think queen on b7 makes a lot of sense, just kind of eyeing this long diagonal in the future. Still looks a little bit better for white. He has the space, and now d5, he's pushing ahead, but it's not clear if white is really going to get a lot with this advance. Black has b4, rook c8, a lot of moves.
Black has another stay push capture moment because I don't know what to do with the e-pawn. I guess if you push, weakening the f5 square is not the end of the world if you can play g6, but exactly. Taking, I think, is out. You just give your opponent a huge outpost and a bad d-pawn. But you could leave it there. In fact, he does.
Yeah, and so last move threat in b4 with the pin winning the bishop. So queen d2 makes a lot of sense, just getting out of that threat. And yeah, it's not obvious because white definitely wants to take on e6 given the chance, and kind of weakens black structure. But okay, b4 hitting the bishop, b2. And yeah, at some point black is going to have to decide. Okay, he leaves it, so he doesn't mind d, e, f, e. Kind of keeping all the squares covered, despite, the weakened structure.
Yeah, in fact, if you play D, E, F, E, then you have to play F3 if you really value your e-pawn. You can't play knight C4, unless you can play knight C4 with some sort of counterattack on black's pawns. But that is the drawback to taking, is that you may have to play F3 to guard your e-pawn right away.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this knight C5 is nice, hitting this one. So F3. And white also gets the mirrored c4 square, which is funny to see both of these knights. But a4, again, I like how Dardha is playing this, just getting counterplay, nipping at this weakness. And yeah, he's not worried about d6 at all.
And removing his own weakness, because that white knight really wants to come to c4. So he's just go ahead and preempting that idea by just getting rid of the a-pawn. Doesn't have to worry about it.
So now, interesting, white goes after and gives up the bishop. Rook takes c5 from black. He could have taken with the pawn as well, but I like rook takes, just keeping the rook active, and now rook c3. And yeah, black just needs to activate this bishop, either with g6 or maybe maneuvering it to the queen side. And his position is very, very comfortable.
Yeah, black's big problem, I guess, is that the bishop kind of needs to guard that d-pawn for the moment in case white plays d takes e6. So the bishop wants to be an aggressive piece, but for the moment, his team is asking him to be a defensive piece.
Yeah. But that's the cool thing about bishops. They can do a lot of work from the bench. They can just sit at home defending the king, but also eventually they come out very quickly. One call.
About to give you a deep cut. I'm watching the Tour de France series on Netflix. I'm going to call that bishop the Wout van Aert of the position. So sometimes he's a domestique, but sometimes he wants to win the stage. And no, I don't have time to describe that cycling reference, but maybe there's one Belgian in the chat who appreciates it.
Oh, Belgium. Nice. Okay, well, queen a7, very, very kind of chaotic position. Like white structure is better. He's got the nice knight. Lots of squares for the knight. Very many squares, but king is open. The second rank is weak, so a lot of tension here for black. Knight has to kind of stay on e3 to guard the c2 square.
And sometimes strong grandmasters, they work backward from the goal. So if I was white in this position, I would already be thinking, if all the heavies leave the board, I'm very happy. Because then the knight would dominate the bishop, the b3 pawn would be untouchable, d5 is yours forever, b4 is a target. So I know that's a little bit weird to be thinking about something like 3 trades, but trust me, both players are already thinking about which trades will benefit them and what kind of endgames they want.
Yeah, exactly. I think white would love to trade off all the heavy pieces, because then the king would be perfectly safe. And as you said, black's bishop would be kind of stuck defending these really, really weak pawns. So rook b2. Covering the second rank. And yeah, queen h5, I think black has no intention of trading queens. Compy doesn't like queen h5. to me, it looks like very kind of normal active move. Queen e2. Then it's just kind of reinforcing.
Okay, Dardha back to having an advantage on the clock a little bit here, but Lazavik feels like probably a minute 23 is a dream because his last time around as white, he had to play with just seconds on his clock. Still got the job done, but
Right.
this is much more comfortable for him.
Yeah, and that's really brutal when your opponent wins a game where they were just way down on time and losing. It's just like, oh my god, nothing can go right.
Rook e3, by the way, was the petit combination, but white has solved that with knight to d5, and there's no more rook c2. White was wanting to get the knight to d5 for a while, but did not want to get a pin on the second rank.
Yeah, finally he covers the second rank, so his knight can come in. And looks like white is starting to kind of take over a little bit. Black does offer a single rook trade, but yeah, maybe we'll see rook c2, just trying to get more heavy pieces off the board. It's definitely white's main idea in the position. Yeah, just trying to trade the heavies off.
And Black would like to play rook b1, but trust me, he's worried about rook c8. And even if he wins the pawn, is something bad going to happen to his own king? So Black says, okay, you can have my 8th rank. I will take your pawn. And white decides the pawn's more important.
Right. So he saw there. I guess there's no follow up. I agree with you. It was very. It looked dangerous for a sec, but now Queen A1. Yeah, it's definitely a 3-result game here because White's king is not going to be safe. So maybe we'll see it run out on H3, G4 at some point.
The funny thing is, if White sold out and put his rook on c8 and allowed his b pawn to get captured and threw his queen up on somewhere like a6, the black queen is better on e5 because if there's a check and the king tries to run to h3, Black would like his queen to be back where she was. Here, the king could hide on h3 in certain variations. So maybe that's why the computer doesn't like this quite as much for Black. Just a guess.
But Dennis is spending a lot of time because he understands the danger. One wrong move and you just get mated. And we could see rook g1 and then queen back to e5 once White's king is on h3, which could be dangerous. Actually, might see that right now. Yep, there we go.
Yeah, White was threatening 97. Yep, mate in 1 threat for Black, and although also stopping the mate in 2. Yeah.
What a move! How much can you ask for? Okay, g4, and now I think maybe h5 just start ripping open that king. Looking very scary for White.
Rook h1 can be stopped pretty easily by a queen guarding the h-pawn, so your move looks like it has a little bit more teeth.
Yeah, and then on gh, of course, you would have, you have mate in 1, but you can also win the rook with the check. Mm-hmm. Okay, mate in 1, maybe a little better.
Yeah, that's the thing. In the old days, we would have been happy with either one, but Puzzle Rush mandates we play the mate in 1 now. Our brain's been rewired.
Okay, so h5 played, queen e3, and now Black can take on g4, start opening things up.
Yeah,
maybe
very
there's other
difficult
moves.
Position for Dennis to play with 7 seconds on his clock, but he's also already been here before.
Yeah, I think this is just a normal Wednesday for him. Queen e6, but still, the practical chances should be on Black's side. If you can just keep his cool. This king is so weak. Maybe rook b1 now, just go after the b pawn.
Or queen g5, threatening knight e7, but you might win the bishop on f8 and still get your king mated, so it's not so easy for White to play this.
True. It's just a total scramble now. 2, king g3, maybe g6 at some... No, I don't think... Yeah, you don't want to weaken f6. This is tough. That knight is just controlling everything. Black he's circling around trying to get his pieces in. He could still win this 100%.
Most exciting game of the match so far. Both players down to about 5-6 seconds each, and Dennis is trying to keep his perfect record intact.
Yeah, Dennis just super fast here, looking for the queen trade. Maybe queen d2. He sees it, hitting h2. Dennis blundered. Now Black's pieces are getting in. That's it. He finds the mate. Let's go. Dardha gets the first win.
There we go. He's on the board, and that should do wonders for his confidence because he won a time scramble. Huge. He won a crazy game. And honestly, it was a just point because he was not being outplayed to the level of 4-0. So getting that first point, I think in a justice way, it was justified to get it.
Yeah, huge win there. And clearly someone said some empowering words to him during the break. But yeah, the fact that he wins in like a crazy, messy time scramble, exactly the kind that he's been losing, huge for his confidence, huge. I would still suggest for him to avoid these time scrambles against Lazavik, try to beat him in the middle game, but still, very, very big win for him there.
We were mentioning pre-show. He looks a little bit like a young Cillian Murphy who played Scarecrow in the Batman Begins movies, but he needs a little bit more Bane. He needs a little bit more of that in him. So we'll see if he's got two personalities. He looks about the same here. It's still so early in the match; you can't get too down on yourself.
Yeah, and he tries a new opening this time. So he went from the Trumpowski, then he played e4, and then this time I'm just going to quickly go back. So we'll have a lot of time to look at this one. This time he starts knight f3, d5, and e3. This is the so-called e3 poison repertoire. I'm a big fan of this one personally myself. The point is that you kind of start with a very flexible move order, but eventually you're trying to go c4, b3, and even d4 and kind of get like a normal d4 structure, but you're playing a bit with the move order and you're not making it so easy for black to figure out what to do. So they end up getting a pretty thematic position, I would say, where black ends up with eventually black is going to have this isolated queen pawn on d5, but after the moves rook c1, black takes on d4, looks like we end up getting slightly different structure. A bunch of trades happened. Rook d8, rook d1. I think this is a pretty theoretical endgame. King f1, king f8, h4. And yeah, officially, like, white's supposed to be a little bit better here, but so many pieces have come off. Clearly, it's very, very solid for black.
Maybe the players just wanted to slow it down a little bit after that previous game. They just wanted to, not have to engage in such high-pressure tactics. But I do like this move h4, putting all of his pawns on dark squares so they cannot be targeted anymore by black's bishop. It's one of those little subtle things, but white is close to getting most of his key pawns to dark squares.
Yeah, it feels like actually black is kind of all right, though, just because he was putting pressure on the d pawn, and as a result, white had to take on c8 and give up the c file. So it feels like black is definitely going to have enough counterplay with the rook coming in. That said, still very kind of double-edged endgame here. Could easily turn south for either player. Maybe a4.
I was going to say d5 is a very committal move, getting that pawn to a light square. I would have preferred to keep some flexibility in the position and keep it on a dark square. But okay, he immediately puts it on a dark square, but now it's even more do or die because it could get surrounded by black's pieces.
Yeah, the farther it's advanced, the stronger it is potentially, but also the weaker. That's interesting that he doesn't give black any chances to blockade this one. But now, okay, the pawn is stopped on d7. So here we see rook c2. Yeah, I was thinking a4 bishop c4 is kind of a nice construction, but yeah, and then you're fixing a lot of stuff on the light squares, so of course you're always kind of nervous about that.
I wouldn't be surprised if somehow the king walked to e1 and the game ended with a rook d2, rook c1 check, rook d1, rook c2 idea, but we're a little ways away from that. But the big question is the d6 pawn strong or is it weak? And it's the ultimate equivocation, Mm-hmm. I'll tell you after the game, because if it promotes, then I have my answer. If it gets captured, I'll also have my answer. Very, very hard to say right now.
No, it looks 50-50. And I mean, if someone wins this game, it's going to be because the other side essentially made a serious mistake. So right now it looks balanced. Like if black just holds the bishop on d7, doesn't try to win the game, seems like should be okay. Rook is active enough. But yeah, if black starts moving the bishop around, trying to play for a win himself, then anything can happen.
We saw it pop up on the screen there, but what is Daniel rewarded for his first win? Only 4 percentage points in Smarter Chess's prediction there. He went from 87 to 83%, but he was Johnny on the spot yesterday. His prediction was so close in the Christopher Yu versus Pranav match. And Nate Silver is leaving 538 at the end of the month, so Smarter Chess, send your resume to ABC, and I think they own 538. Maybe you can take Nate Silver's job because you've been more accurate than Nate.
No, don't do that. We need you, Smarter Chess. Mike, what do you do? No, don't don't do that.
Okay, in that case, Nate Silver, come work for us. Okay, that's what I meant to say.
All right, so bishop c4, and yeah, I don't know. I mean, personally, I think I would choose white here if I had to pick a side, just because it feels a little bit more active, and maybe you can get the king in somehow. It's yeah, should still be very holdable for. Oh, he takes on a4. Okay, big tactics in the position. Because now he shifted the king. This wasn't possible with the king on f8 because white would have recaptured and pushed the pawn forward. But now he has bishop takes f7 to snag a pawn. but he's thinking about it.
So if you take on f7, then the bishops will probably leave the board, but then you're going to lose your d pawn, but you'll probably recover the b or the e pawn, but you won't be winning, I don't think. You won't have any, you'll harbor no illusions of winning if you do all that.
Yeah, at this point, I feel like white has to kind of liquidate, because he might just end up down a pawn if he's not careful here. Bishop f7 feels like the way to go. Just go for the rook endgame, equal material. And yeah,
you know what? He might play d7 instead of taking the bishop. Okay, I thought he might play d7 there.
Oh, that's true. That was interesting. That was definitely an interesting move. Definitely possible.
Because
Black
here
would
you
have to
get your
give
rook
the
to the
bishop.
seventh rank.
Yeah. But it feels like white should have enough here, like rook d4. So yeah, this d pawn now is definitely not going anywhere. Black is just going to stop that one and pick it up at will. But yeah, the question is whether white can get a pawn in return. So looking very drawish now, of course, in this rook endgame. Might see our first draw of the match.
It would be, yeah. But if you'd played d7 right away, you'd at least have the active rook. Whereas here, I'm not sure white's going to get the active rook necessarily. But okay, I don't think white's in too much danger either. So yeah, I might just be quibbling about nothing.
I think it should still be pretty equal. At least eval bar didn't say there was anything special in the position for white. So I'm just going to take its word and assume it was kind of equal throughout. But yeah, now rook d4. And I think maybe he's thinking about e3. But then white takes, and you still have to win back the d pawn. So that's not so obvious, but maybe he's considering it.
Yeah, and if e3, white's not even required to take. Is white required to take? Maybe white is required to take, because if you play f3, black might play rook f2 check, and after king g1, rook d2, and now you're getting yourself in some trouble if you're white.
Right, and he just goes a5. What a move, man. So a lot of people like crazy tactics. This move is really unexpected. Just a5.
Okay.
Interesting. Just stopping any rook b4s in the future, kind of like prophylactically.
Yeah, maybe black will go for rook b2, rook b4 even.
Exactly, yeah. So b6. So yeah, actually Dennis, he's kind of like, he's creating an agenda here about how he's going to win the game. He wants to win this a4 pawn, and then he has two queenside passers, which of course is very dangerous. All right, don't go king c7 now. Not be good. Rook b2. It's a little uncomfortable for white. I feel like he should have taken this e pawn while he still had the chance. Oh, but now he's latching onto this b pawn. I see. So at any moment, if black goes rook b4 and takes on a4, he'll get to take on b6 and avoid black having the two passers on the queen side.
Right. It would be a bad moment, though, to revert back to the e pawn, because now if rook d4, rook b4 looks good for black. I'm not sure if it's winning, but black has all the winning chances. So yeah, that's what this whole a5 b6 idea was all about.
Exactly. This looks like, well, yeah, I think the pawn is just promoting. White's king is not in time. So this is, oh, I'm sorry. The white's king is in time. But okay, black's king is in time too. Defend it as well.
Yeah.
So g3 instead, rook b4, h5. And he's not panicking. He's just waiting.
Okay, so white's idea is probably to play h6, and then if black takes, the rook takes back, and then we get a crazy pawn race, although, I don't know, black's pawns may be faster. But if you play h6 and black plays g6, then you have this permanent thing you have to worry about with a white pawn on h6 that's so close to promotion. In fact, there'd almost be a trick, rook takes g6.
I feel like rook g6 would work.
Yeah.
If g6 here.
I think you're right.
Yeah. So g6, rook g6, and then black's rook has no way of stopping the h pawn. Eval bar confirms. Very good. We did not mess that up. Now it takes, and rook takes b6. Let me go back. Live position. Okay, looks like the pawns are getting traded off now.
Right. So technically black is up 2 pawns, but might still not be winning. Now it's down to 1 pawn. It's going to be down to 0 pawns.
And it's gone.
We kind of needed this, though. We've not had any game like this so far this match. So the players, the commentators, maybe even the fans, we needed a very, very subtle rook end game where not a lot happens, but we catch our breath a little bit.
Yeah, no, I feel like this was our first solid solid draw of the match for sure. And that's it. They just repeat moves. Yeah, black can't really play on here because white's g-pawn, of course, is always going to be a problem. So the players rightly agree to a draw. And okay, still big lead for Dennis, but I think that's also kind of a small win for Daniel, right? Just like the more points he puts up, the better. Also, the more money he gets, period, from the match. So every point counts.
That's right. No real reaction from either player, but we haven't mentioned much of the prizes yet. It's $1,750 to the winner. Not bad for an afternoon of chess. And then also a split of another $1,750 depending on the match score. But not only that, honestly, we always say that if you win the quarterfinal, you get $1,750. But because you're guaranteed money in the semifinal, you're actually winning like close to, I don't know, 2,500 or 3,000 because the prizes increase, but 45,000 total dollars are on the line. We already gave away 5,000 in the qualifiers, which, Daniel picked up some money. Dennis didn't have to qualify. So a lot of money at stake, and there we do see it on the screen. So, but every game is worth like 50, $100, even if the score becomes more lopsided. There's still something to play for.
Wow. No, that's good change. Imagine every one of your 3-minute games is worth like $50. That's pretty cool. And so I just want to say there's 20 minutes left in this portion, which means that basically we're probably going to have 2 games, this one and then one more game, and then that's going to be it. So the best that Daniel can do in terms of catching up is to make it a 1-point match, which I think would be incredible given the 4-0 start. And he's played a very kind of aggressive opening here. By bringing the bishop out to h3 early and challenging white's bishop there on g2. And they trade off, and now I think he's going for the triangle again. He wants c6 and d5.
It's funny. You can't escape your vices. This is the second game in a row where the pawns have not met each other in the center. But as you pointed out, it's also the second game in the row where black can decide whatever kind of pawn structure he wants and might go for the same one.
But I think this is a lot worse than Dardha's last black game. If you remember last time he played the Queen's Indian, he traded off that bishop on b7, but he also traded off a pair of knights. Here there's 3 minor pieces on the board, and to me it just looks like white has a huge space advantage. It's just kind of like a classic King's Indian position where black has traded off their good bishop on c8. So yeah, d5 here, very obvious move from Dennis, and I think he's just clearly better.
Yeah, the rook's not on f8 where it usually is. You don't have your bishop on c8 to participate in the attack on the h3 pawn. So it is becoming quite classic here. White is going for c5. He's a little late to the party, but without that light squared bishop, we see another deficiency in black's position, which is that nothing is guarding e6. And you're actually getting close to already having to sack for the knight with a rook, unless you remaneuver your f6 knight through d7, back to f8. That feels very slow and out of bounds from what you normally want to do as black.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Dardha is like a big King's Indian player, but he's definitely getting a King's Indian lesson right now. You generally don't want to allow knight g5, knight e6. Even if you do have a bishop on c8, it can be dangerous. But here, I think it's just devastating. Of course, the game's not over. It's still a King's Indian, so there's always going to be kind of tactical chances here for black. But yeah, strategically, white is extremely ahead here.
Yeah, some of my most fun games that I've ever won in black and the King's Indian, the computer has said I'm like -5 for the better part of the game, but yet I'm still proud of them because I'm like, well, that's normal. You're supposed, if you're not -5 at least at one point in a King's Indian classical, then you're not sacrificing enough stuff.
Yeah, you're doing something wrong, right? If you're not just busted every other game. Totally agree. It's all about the practical chances. I don't know. You study any great King's Indian player, they all have lots of games where they're just way behind, losing. But then they turn around and pull it out in the end. No, it's just, very, very double-edged opening, especially for blitz and rapid time controls. You see these things being extremely double-edged. Okay, Engine hates that last move, knight h5. I don't see like a super obvious refutation here, but maybe white can just open up the king side with like ef5 and then go queen e2 or something, just going after black's king there.
Yeah, black's knight is trying to get back to g7. That might be the actual answer. It's like we're so focused on the king side and that knight on h5, but wait a minute, How do we guard c7?
Yeah, Mr.
Yeah.
Puzzle Rush over here, Dennis. Yeah, just knight b5. No, that's game over. That's just devastating.
Yeah, Dardha wiggles his head. That's the Nakamura reaction too. The whole like, yeah, like where you really care, but you're pretending you don't care. He didn't see it, and he can't hide his poker face, even though he's got that Las Vegas hat on.
Right. No, if he saw it, he would have played a6. That you don't need to read his face to to understand that.
Well, we are back.
That's a big one.
We are back to my octopus teacher here because we're about to have double octopi with both knights swarming into the position. White doesn't even have to take on c7 right away. White could do some other move. White may not take any of the extra pawns and might play rook f1. How much does White want to screw in the position? How much does White want to...
g4 is a move, just like kicking White the knight back. But okay, he just takes on c7. I didn't really see anything wrong with this, just grabbing the exchange. And all right, Black is going to have some counterplay, at least on the king side. I don't think it's really like, as over as the eval bar ish. Of course, with like engine perfect play, yeah, White wins this every time. But it's so easy to blunder a knight fork, and I think anyone that's played a decent amount of chess understands that. There we go. There's another one, knight c7. Oh, yeah. Boy.
And it should be noted that if White plays g4, Black will play knight h4 check. And honestly, I don't know if we have a hazard pay, but too many knights is bad for my analysis. So, but White is running all over the board here. Black is now down 1,000,000 points. But as you said, Kostya, in the King's Indian, you're supposed to be -5 at some point. I think he might be closer to -10. But there's a lot of stuff aiming at the White King.
Yeah, he's just going all in. And let's be honest, Mike, we would still lose this against either of these players. We would find a way. So it's very, very tricky. I mean, immediately Black is starting queen takes G. There's a lot of pieces aimed at White's king side. I don't think Dennis is laughing here. I feel like he probably thinks he's winning, but he knows he needs to be extremely accurate at this moment.
Okay, let's try to find some accuracy. I mean, queen f2 jumps out. Doesn't actually guard the pawn, just brings stuff closer to your king. g4 looks wickedly bad because the knight jumps to h4 with check and then to f3. Although it's one of those things the computer wouldn't feel fear. I don't know. You don't want to let the queen take, though.
Hey, I got to shout out the Chess Dojo for rating. Welcome, welcome. Watching the Junior Speed Chess Championship here. Lazavik against Dardha.
And I had
g4. Wow.
I had dinner with one of your dojo buddies. I can report that Jesse Cry knows how to eat shellfish with the best of them. So I had dinner with him in Charlotte last week. All right, so he did play g4. The knights are swimming. We are going to get hazard pay, Kostya, but can White's king survive?
It looks survivable. I mean, that queen on c2 is doing a lot of work in this position, covering the second rank. And yeah, I think at some point the tricks are just going to run out for Black. Looks like Dennis found a very clean way to just use his extra material, not let Black's pieces in. King h2 here, yeah, inviting knight f3 check, so you can just take the knight on g3. And I think at some point Dardha's just going to call it.
The funny thing is you win the exchange. Knight f3 check, king takes g3, queen h4 check. And then you win the rook on e1 cleanly, but White might actually give both rooks for both knights, and that's actually what we might see happen in this game.
That's a great line, yeah. Knight f3, yeah. Just give up, and just because you leave yourself with the extra knight, which is always going to come out. So as long as you don't get mated, you don't allow any kind of perpetual. Eventually, knight's always winning. So let's see if we see this.
Yeah, I think we are going to see it.
Oh, queen e1. Oh.
Okay, Puzzle Rush, a note to myself, got to do some of that.
Beautiful.
I mean, it doesn't win, but actually...
Dardha had that one ready to go. He was calculating.
It's nice. Come on. He's got to have a wry smile. Come on. Belgians can't be that stoic. Smile a little bit after queen takes e1.
No smile? Dang.
No smile. Well, the game is still very much in the balance, so I can understand why.
He's still full rook down, so yeah, I don't know how happy he can be. But okay, it's tricky now. It's like, maybe just, does Black have a threat though? I guess, can you just start bringing your knight back?
I was trying to find a way to take the queen, play king f1 and play c5 and win, but direct methods don't work. The Black king is close. He does have a threat.
He's starting knight h4, Mike, with a perpetual.
Yeah, I'll buy that. He did take, yeah.
He takes.
And now he has to win the knight end game. The c5 breakthrough doesn't directly get the job done, but it's an idea.
Wow, that's a very tough call. And Eval Bar agrees that he was correct to just go for the knight endgame. Do you remember how much material Dennis had in this game?
He was down one knight for 2 rooks. Yeah, one
Or
knight for 2
Dennis
rooks.
was up 2 rooks for the one knight. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
amazing. And now the knight has survived. But yeah, he's still doing very, very well here. He's got the extra pawn in this endgame, but long-term winning chances just because of the queen side and Black's e-pawn being weak.
Yeah, this is the problem for Dardha. He was down so much that he won a boatload of material, and now he's going to have to suffer through a knight endgame where he's can only lose, can't really win that I can see. But the knight's battling now. The computer doesn't like that move.
Knight
But
d6, beautiful.
there's the reason. Thank you,
Nice
Dennis,
one.
for teaching us why.
Now he gets the king and pawn endgame where he's not going to be a pawn up, but effectively he will be because Black's double pawns are going to count for nothing here, whereas White has a very clean 2 versus 1 majority after Black takes on b6 here. So
Yeah, I think
super instructive from Dennis.
So he uses the diagonal march of the king to come into the position, which I think is a better try. If you just win the b6 pawn, that is elementary. 2 versus 1. The pawn will be a decoy. And if I'm speaking too fast for you, go do some lessons on Chess.com or ChessKid. If you do them on ChessKid, you'll hear my voice, and I apologize for that. Now, if the king takes on a3, White will play king c3, and I think the king will march up into the position. And this g5 move guarantees White a tempo whenever he may need it, because now White can play h4.
Love g5 from Dennis here, exactly. Because now you fix the h7 pawn. You always have this extra tempo if you need it.
Mm-hmm.
And just makes life very easy for White.
Yeah, now we're back to the 2 versus 1. White can win with really anything. He's going to eventually play a5. He's going to use the b pawn as a decoy. I guess he could play a6 here if he really wanted to, and he does. And this is super easy. Yeah.
Basically resignable. And I think, okay, Daniel playing this out in hopes of stalemate. But yeah, just resigns with mate incoming. Very nice game by Dennis. I mean, he wins so much material. He wins the first exchange, then the second exchange. Then he has to give it all back. That's very hard to do when you're up so much material psychologically, to give it all back and then convert this technical knight endgame. I mean, credit to Dardha though. He was completely lost, but he managed to actually make it very, very close.
That's why we love King's Indians on the broadcast. That's why James Canty was calling for more of them in today's earlier match. But nonetheless, Dennis defeats the King's Indian and gets the margin back to 4 games, his largest of the match. But we have seen many knockout matches in Chess.com history get reversed after a 4 or even 5 game margin. There may have been a 6 game that I don't recall, but that's about the upper limit. Daniel does not want to let it get any further than 4 games.
Yeah, I'm just wondering what could happen if Dardha just played the King's Indian, right from the start, rather than going this kind of roundabout way to get one. If you could just play a King's Indian straight up, maybe can create some serious chances.
Yeah, I definitely like that idea. So maybe his FM dad is watching and he's listening to us and likes our advice, but I'm sure he knows his son way better than we do. Maybe Sokolov's watching, You have Sokolov on retainer, then that's a pretty good man to have in your corner.
Absolutely. Yeah. Well, he definitely needs some opening tips. So far actually I feel like his play has been well. His openings haven't been the best. Here I feel like Black is equalizing pretty comfortably, though it'll certainly be a long game. White's definitely has a lot of play here.
For those of you just joining us, this is the 4th and final of the quarterfinal matches of the 2023 Chess.com Junior Speed Chess Championship. I'm taking a little break from my Chess Kid duties, but I'll throw the hat in there. And we've even got Peshka watching along with 5,000 other friends. And we're going to see which of these players tries to challenge the Indian hegemony. Hegemony? I'm going to not say that word ever on the air. Dominance.
Hegemony.
Dominance. The Indian dominance, because 3 Indians have already qualified for the semifinals, and Indian juniors have won this event for the last 3 years. Understandably, they're so good over there, but a long way to go before we can crown any champions.
Yeah, I mean, the way Dennis has been playing, I would say he's not he's not playing second fiddle to anyone. He could easily win this whole thing. But okay, he's thinking here. Thing is, it's still going to be a long match. This is probably going to be the last game of the 5-minute portion, but then they got the 3-minute and the 1-minute. But who knows? I mean, Dennis might even increase his lead. I mean, I think that's what Raunak did earlier today. He was leading going into the bullet, and then he increased his lead after the bullet. So brutal.
Yeah, he won his first 6 games. Hegemony. We're going with that, but we're not going to say it again. I gotta have to get it out of my brain. It's out of my brain, and we're back to chess.
Oh man. Yeah, a lot of favorites still in. Gukesh, this kid Pranav, very impressive. I mean, to beat Christopher Yu is super, super strong in these formats. So that's huge victory from him.
And it should be mentioned that we've already talked about the money. You saw it up on the screen there. But if you win the whole shebang, you get an automatic invite to the Chess.com SpeedChess Championship, otherwise known as the right to lose to Nakamura or Magnus. No, just kidding. That's a big feather in your cap, because whoever comes out of this event to qualify for that one probably will be the youngest. And it's a cool spectacle to watch the junior player qualify. And you never know. I mean, International Master Anna Zatonsky, the last seed of the Cairns Cup, won the whole thing. So you just never know in chess.
Super impressive. But yeah, I feel like the winner of this match is probably going to be strong enough to just get a dessert spot in the overall Speed Chess Championship anyway. I mean, Nihal, he's one of like the greatest players, speed players in the world. Gukesh, super strong. Dennis, so any of these players are. I know Nihal, he's not still in, but the likes of are super, super good.
Yeah, we changed the age limit, so I think Nihal aged out of the event. But you see some tactics coming here. Rook d6, and that's called the rover, rook up and over. I think black wants to sack on h3, sack on e5, and then slide the rook over to g6 and do some damage. And in some capacity, black was going for something like that.
Yeah, clearly white's under pressure on the king side. Dardha's trying to trade off some pieces, but yeah, it could run into danger here very, very soon. I wonder on takes on g4 how he's going to recapture. Okay, hg. Now maybe h5 somewhere, opening up the h file. Rook h6.
Can you
very,
go?
Very unpleasant.
It's not going to work. I want to go nuts and take on e5 and play rook g6, but I just don't think it's going to work.
Yeah. Okay, f6. So he kicks the knight. And I would assume knight c4 is coming to, tempo the rook. Rook e6, defending this pawn. And now, this g pawn is just kind of hanging for white in long run. So queen e2 or something has to be played, but...
Yeah, you can never play f3 because then both black rooks activate. So,
yeah, just takes, opens everything up. So queen e2.
Okay, so
looks very comfortable for black.
Time to play king h7, king g6, king g5.
Just take the pawn. Why not? I feel like black is controlling everything in the position.
It is one of those locked up centers. I mean, I'm 97% joking, but 3% wondering if it actually could be true. It can't be true. Come on.
It's one of those things where I can't refute it, but I still wouldn't play it.
Yeah, there's too much volatility. White will play f4 and he'll go nuts. And that's not the professional way to play chess.
Yeah, absolutely not. But he does have to find something. How did he get at this king side? I mean, knight looks pretty good. It's like, you think about ways of improving the pieces, but what do you actually... That's why I liked your king h7 idea, because everything is already well placed, but I guess you could still improve the king.
It's like a half bluff. You're sort of like improving your king, and you're giving lip service to the idea that if white messes around for too much longer, you could play it.
Exactly. So he goes b5, which is definitely kind of a concession because he weakens his own c pawn, but it's clear he didn't feel comfortable and didn't have a clear idea of what to do. Which was certainly not easy. So h5, okay, opening things up now.
Yeah, I think he's going to play king f7, rook h8. But
very interesting.
But did he have to play b5 before doing this plan? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I don't exactly know what he was concerned about there, but He does play b5. Very responsible move. I mean, earlier White had no targets. Now has a very obvious target on c6. It just goes rook c1 and takes this pawn. So b5 definitely a big decision. Yeah, maybe Tie Up in the chat is saying maybe on gh he wants f5, and then he didn't want to allow the knight into the e5 square. That's very possible.
Yeah, okay.
So White
anyway,
gives up the g pawn.
I don't know. There's multiple rooks that can come to the H file, and the counterattack on c6. See, you might have to take back with your rook on the 6th rank, so I wonder if you should use your other rook to swing over to h8.
Right, so king f7 here. He goes queen h3. Sorry, g3 was thrown in, queen h3.
Okay, computer hates the move, and I guess it's just any combination of getting any rook to the H file.
Very, very dangerous, yeah. Or a knight to f3 would also be pretty bad.
Okay.
How do you get there? It'd have to come from g5. You got to go backwards. It takes a lot of squares. It takes a lot of squares to get it.
I think you play f5 here, threatening rook takes rook, knight takes rook, rook e6.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think
I like
taking
f5. Oh, nice. Good call. Okay, Engine hates it. I liked it. Dennis liked it. To me, it made sense.
I didn't like taking the rook first because it felt like you were helping the knight get back in the game. Okay, so now the idea is if you take with the rook on c6, White will take back with the rook and prevent the plan that we've been talking about.
Yeah, maybe king f7 on that last move, and then rook h8 could have been very strong.
Mm-hmm.
It's very possible. But okay, rook c1. Clearly White under huge pressure here.
Okay, it's officially the final game of the 5+1. Will the margin be as much as 5 or as few as 3? Still a lot to play for in this game, but the match clock does not matter anymore. What matters is the game clock, which is Dennis finding himself 30 seconds behind, but with a big attack, and now he goes for f4. I don't think you want to allow f3.
F4.
Yeah. I think you better take this one.
Yeah, so on gf, he wants like g3, just ripping everything apart. On ef, I think he wants e3. The other pawn pushes. So
Yeah,
that's what we call a breakthrough.
Tons of breakthroughs. It's a nice spot, Kostya. And I like how Black switched plans here. He definitely wanted to get a rook to the H file, couldn't do it. And now Kostya has found the right idea. The rooks are breaking through after all on the E file.
Yeah, it's not too hard once, Lazavik plays f4, figure out what he's up to.
Okay, now maybe you hide your king on f7. If you go to h7, the queen gives check.
There's some checks, right? Exactly. So he's thinking about it here. Oh man, it's still 15 seconds. It's just amazing how accurately they play. But okay, king h7 was not accurate. Holy moly, look at that. I think this one tempo might make a huge difference. Queen c2.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't
goes
know
knight
why
c6, and it's too tough. This position's too hard.
Okay, there must be some kind of direct method
Rook
here.
e3. Yeah, just go after g3.
Okay, simple.
Yeah, this is just collapsing for White. There's no counterplay. Rook and knight are too far from home, and this is just game over.
You have to play queen h2 and give away all your pawns to survive, maybe.
Just to get the
queen
queens
h2,
off.
rook e1. No, queen h2, rook e1.
Rook e1. Yeah, it's game.
Blundered this move.
I think he had to try it anyway. I mean, it was basically lost. Wow, rook f1.
Yeah, not really needed, but okay. Professional move, I guess.
What a nuance. Dang.
Okay, now we really are never going to get this time back in our lives. We're just playing moves. And there we go. Dardha loses another one. He was only able to accomplish one win in the 5-minute segment. You can see the light is going down in Dennis's house.
Doesn't even have the lights on in his room, dude.
Not on his chances to win. Yeah, we can't see the medals anymore, but he takes a 5-point lead. He's up 6.5 to 1.5 going into the 3-minute segment. Very, very impressive play. Are you surprised so far, Kostya? And actually, we'll get your thoughts in just a minute. We are going to go on break because the 3+1 is about to start. Smarter Chess think it's going to be close. I'm excited to see what it is. So don't go anywhere. When we come back from the break, we're going to speed things up.
Playing online wasn't a fun experience for me. And I know a lot of people are like, well, I played on ICC or I played on Play Chess. It was great. But like, I wasn't a chess professional. Some of it felt too fast. Some of it felt like, oh, you got to know like console commands to like start a game or challenge someone. It just didn't feel like inviting. It felt like a gated thing. At the same time, the web was changing. So there was these kind of new technologies that were happening, and there was other stuff on the internet. You know, there was like super cool blogs, and there was like great news sites, and there were bloggers, and you know, there was chess content. It was emerging. So I was like, all right, Jay, let's do this. Like, let's build our own thing and do it. You know, this is not a knock on what anyone else was doing. It was working really well for some people. But again, for me, where I sat, what I wanted, temperature of porridge I wanted in this story did not exist. And I wanted something that felt just right at home. And that's what drove me to build what I wanted as a chess fan. I started a chess teaching business in elementary schools where I wrote a curriculum and I hired instructors, and I would get kids excited for chess and they would go do that. We ended up doing chess in like 100 schools. And this is while I was going to college. That kind of led to this opportunity where I was like, man, I'm like buying a lot of chess sets and there's a lot of interest in chess. Maybe I can get a discount if I buy them from China. And so I started buying and importing chess equipment from China. I started a website called Wholesale Chess where we were selling chess equipment online. This is long before Amazon was like selling everything. And I did the business, the teaching business, and then I did the e-commerce business. And then while I was doing the e-commerce business, I was like, oh, this is getting really tough to like pay for ads and compete. And I was like, oh, I really want to do a chess community because then people will come for the community, but they'll also buy some stuff. So it'll work as like a self-sustaining business model. Plus, as a chess fan, like, where's my home? Like, I wanted the MySpace of chess. I ended up buying the domain name Chess.com out of bankruptcy for $56,000. So we started building like the MySpace of chess. We were building a chess community, and that's kind of how Chess.com got born. And that's kind of my interest in chess, was like, as a business, as an e-commerce, as a fan, as a community member, as someone who was playing on other sites like Yahoo Chess and stuff and was very unhappy with it. I wanted a place that felt like home for me. And that's my relationship with chess and Chess.com in a nutshell.
Welcome back to the final elimination match of the quarterfinal segment of the 2023 Chess.com Junior Speed Chess Championship. There we see the man of the hour, the man with the 5-point lead, Denis Lazavik. He's turned the lights back on in his house so we can see his not yet smiling face. He's kept things pretty stoic, but he's got a commanding lead in his match over Daniel Dardha of Belgium. Let's take a look at the bracket, because if he's able to make this lead hold up, he would play Raunak Sadhwani in the semifinals. Kostya, what would he have to do, or what would his opponent have to do to get past Sadhwani if we get that far?
Oh, Sadhwani is very, very tough, Mike. If Dennis or let's say Daniel comes back in advance, then they got to deal with Raunak Sadhwani. I mean, it's very, very tough. You have to bring your A game. I mean, it sounds simple, but that's literally just what it is. Chess, it's all about performing well at the board, playing up to your usual standard. And if you don't just bring your absolute best game, then yeah, it's very, very difficult against such a strong player. You got to play fast and you have to play well. Okay, those are my tips.
Here's a question. Do you think that the Indian players help each other out in matches where, okay, in one semifinal, it's an Indian versus an Indian, so they probably won't do it there. But do you think someone like Gukesh, or maybe somebody not even involved in the event, like a Prague or a Nihal, will help Sadhwani in his match in the semifinals?
I think they might, especially for some of the more important matches. I imagine the kids, though, they just tease each other like, oh, you scored 20 points, you didn't get 21. Like, oh, Gukesh scored more than you, he got 24. You know, like I think I feel like they keep it pretty chill and light. But I wouldn't be surprised if they're training each other, helping each other with openings, playing games. Just the fact that they get to spar with each other all the time, I think, is just a tremendous advantage that they have above everyone else.
Every single one of them is such a well-mannered young man, and I would not be surprised at all if they did, because they get along so well, at least outwardly. You never know behind closed doors. Get back to the action. The 3-minute segment starts. The players need to speed up. Dennis is back to, well, he's the opposite. He's the anti-Christopher Yu. Christopher played something different every single game. Dennis has not wavered at all. He's played this Catalan structure, and it's gotten him this far, so really it's got to be a good strategy so far.
Yeah, why should he switch it up? These are the positions he knows best. This is his approach as white, and yeah, it's up to Dardha to prove that he can deal with it. He tries a different setup here. Clearly, he looked at something during the break or was reminded of some variation that he should try. It's pretty solid, but now we're going to get kind of a faster fight because this is a 3-minute game. So white gives up the dark squared bishop on f4. It's actually a pretty typical exchange where you give up that bishop, you go gf, you get a big pawn center. You're going to play e3 at some point. You have this massive knight on e5. Black has the 2 bishops, but especially the light square bishop is very, very passive. So definitely a position where the knights can fight against the bishops quite well.
This is one of the first times where black has developed that triangle and then taken on c4 instead of allowing his d pawn to get piled up on. But I like your idea. You suggested Daniel should switch to the proper King's Indian defense. And both from a personal and a match standpoint, I hope that he adopts that strategy, but not in this first game as black.
Yeah, he goes f5 and g5. So he's taken on the King's Indian mindset, but he's just not willing to start the game with 1 knight f6, 2 g6. It's like, Daniel, just accept it. You want to play sharp attacking chess. Look at this, f5, g5. I mean, match situation certainly calls for it at this point.
And right when I get done with the match, I'm actually releasing the next Chess Kit video lesson, which is called the spike. It's when you push your G-pawn really early in a game. But this looks dicey because you've pushed your G-pawn lining up with the white rook. And it looks like black's king is a little bit more troublesome than the white king.
Oh, yeah. This is very double-edged. Now, normally you'd want to take and open up the position for the 2 bishops. d4 would hang, but of course, taking would open up white's rook against that king. So a classic stay push capture example, I would have definitely thought about pushing just to get some space, but he goes rook h8. He stays, he keeps the tension, and sets up some pressure against h2.
It's going to be an exciting one. There we see the first semifinal. It's already set, Pranav versus Gukesh. Maybe those Indian juniors are staying up late. We know they stay up late to play on Chess.com. They may be staying up late just to watch and scout their possible competition in the finals, or possibly, as we said, to help Sadhwani. You never know.
Yeah. So bishop f3. Okay, Compy didn't like that move. Once again, though, such a sharp position that there's definitely going to be a lot of swings here. Knight back to d7. So challenging the knight on e5, especially once white is taken on g5. That makes a lot of sense here for black. And of course, that would have been a huge blunder to take on d7 because it would have allowed rook takes h2 in that position. It wouldn't have been a mate. The queen was still covering the square, but you'd lose the queen. So not good.
This is funny. White could not hold the first knight on e5, so he's going to give a pawn. And if knight e5, d e5, bishop e5, he'll use the other knight to do what the first knight couldn't do, which is to block the bishop and play something like knight f4 probably.
Yeah, very interesting approach, like giving up a pawn, but we'll see like black's king here is left very vulnerable. If black gives up the dark square bishop, then yeah, I think White's king is going to be way, way safer with the light square bishop covering it compared to Black's king, which is just getting opened up on the dark squares.
Yeah.
Let's get back to the game though.
Okay.
So we've got DE5, bishop E5 on the board,
Mhm.
knight F4, and now queen E7 just covering E6.
By the way, in case of bishop f4, White may have even tickled with queen c3 first before taking the bishop to guarantee access to the diagonal. But anyway, Black is not going to give away access to that diagonal with his king on g7. So it is, as Jesse Jackson famously said on Saturday Night Live many years ago, the point is moot. And yeah, there's two people in the chat that remember that segment. So Jesse Jackson did some comedy. Who knew?
Speaking of comedy, I want to say, oh man, this Rook A5 move is no joke. I feel like Black's position is on the verge. It's very, very interesting. I mean, bishop on E8, very passive, but it's also covering some squares.
Mm-hmm.
Bishop on E5, very, very strong piece.
Yeah, how does Black? I mean, if Black does not break through the knight on f4, there's almost nothing he can really do. Even if his queen jumps over the king to h7, that's still not enough for an attack because multiple white rooks can get to the second rank. So Black's going to have to switch. And his switch is the b2 pawn.
Right, but yeah, I see what you're saying. It just feels like somehow there's more weaknesses in the position for Black. By the way, e6 was hanging with check last move, and neither player cared about this.
That's
now he
interesting.
defends with bishop f7, but I guess knight e6. Oh, knight e6 would have been queen takes e6. And then there's rook takes h2 mate.
Nice find. It just shows you the importance of the knight on f4. I actually had forgotten about why it was so important to get the knight to f4. So thanks for the reminder, Kostya.
Yeah, so bishop f7, he covers the pawn, but then g6 now is starting to look very, very dangerous for Black here. Knight h5 check, he's coming in, has to give the exchange. Bishop takes h5. And okay, it's an exchange up, but now it's a technical position because Black has a very strong dark square bishop that can defend basically everything around the king. So it's not going to be easy for White to actually convert this one.
And keep in mind, if bishop takes b2, we're going to have a crazy position. We're going to have rook takes b2, rook takes b2, queen c3, queen f6, rook d7, and I think White wins. So Black is not going to worry himself with that b2 pawn. That dark square bishop is more important than that b2 pawn.
Exactly. Yeah, bishop b2 there, as you pointed out, would have just been huge blunder to this one. Okay, 5 seconds for Dardha. He's got to move.
Oh yeah, that's even I fell into the trap that I sometimes warn people about, which is we switch from 5 minutes to 3 minutes, and I've forgotten that our commentary needs to pick up as well because the players get lower on time so much faster.
Yeah, there we go. Now the moves are coming in super fast. Queen a5. He's hitting the bishop, looking for some checks. Yeah, maybe White needs to watch out for e5 and bishop d5. Exactly. So bishop b3, stopping that.
Okay, White better on the board, better on the clock, but has to solve a couple issues around his king before he can win the first 3-minute game.
Yeah, still not easy. Bishop e5 in the air. Oh, man. There, he plays it. He had it ready to go. Got to defend the mate. He gives a check. Okay, that's risky. You got to defend the mate. Queen d2. Queen h3. And Black, I mean, Dardha, he just has to make moves. He's got 2 seconds. So he's just making the first move he can see.
Yeah, the queens have to leave because the pressure on the g-file was too great. And now the rook is starting to take control. Black has still not figured out anything to do with the g8 bishop. So in a sense, he's almost down a rook. And now he finally activates. But
at the cost of the pawn. And yeah, Dennis just takes it. And I think he's converting this one. Oh, mate threatened now. Rook h7 and the flag.
Yeah, bishop had to go back to g8 where it struggled so much to leave g8, but it doesn't matter anyway when you're that low on time. And now Dennis's lead is up to 6 points, about the upper limits of what we've ever seen a comeback from. So we switch back to e4. Daniel does play this occasionally. And it's kind of a Vienna here, not a Vienna gambit, but just a regular Vienna.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, the speed of Dennis is just incredible. So fast.
It's funny because he's not like, I don't feel like he's crushing in every game, but he's just finding different ways to win. He's had a little better clock management. It's not like yesterday where Christopher Yu was down on the clock almost every game. But yeah, he's finding himself to be a little bit more of a complete player so far.
Yeah, no, definitely. It's not like he's just outplaying Daniel in every game. To my pleb IM eyes, it just feels like he's super comfortable when he has 3-4 seconds on the clock, and his level just doesn't decrease like that much. He's a lot like Magnus in that sense. Like Magnus has this thing where it doesn't matter what time control he's playing, somehow his level remains very, very consistent. Whereas most players, they're going to play way worse when they're down to seconds or down to under a minute. But Dennis, he just seems to keep the level up for a long time. Yeah, very, very impressive. People are, yeah, I mean, even to me, it's like, I don't understand how he does it. I understand to Chad, it's like even more astronomical, but it's wild. I mean, the dude he just has a different, I've got like an i5 and he's got an i7, an i9 in his brain. That's how I would describe it.
Well, I don't have anything in the I's. I'm still in the H's or the J's or something, but hope to join you someday. I have good news for the chat. There was a bang at my door, which I think was the delivery man dropping off my specialty bespoke coffee. So it's one of my vices, Kostya. I order
Nice.
coffee from far away, but that's going to help me commentate in future matches. All right, so bishop pair for white. And the knights are nothing special so far on the queen side. But this pin is one of those enduring pins. How does white get out of the pin of his knight on f3? Oh, okay. Well, it answers that question.
There we go. Yeah, he takes the nuclear option, just goes g4. He wasn't afraid of the sack, but he spent a little bit of time, I think, calculating it to make sure. And yeah, actually very kind of double-edged middle game. We have opposite colored bishops with both sides doing kind of the right thing in terms of setting up their pawns on the opposite color of their own bishop in order to restrict the enemy bishop. But yeah, and they're f3, just completing the picture. But yeah, Engine really doesn't like this move. I think Ben Feingold probably wouldn't either. But what to do? It made a lot of sense.
Well, we're entertaining the audiences and we're giving Ben content for his channel, so it's a double win.
Exactly. So b5 played. Yeah, black is he's fighting on the light scores. I feel like Dennis, he's in perfect form right now. He's just feeling it. Playing quickly, playing well.
Yeah, he's also just the more calm player. You can see Daniel fidgeting a lot in his chair, leaning in, leaning back. Maybe it's his natural posture. I've never seen him play before, but you could not tell the score by watching Dennis's face at all. He's not really changed all match. In fact, I don't even remember a fist bump or anything. Yesterday, Pranav gave us one or two emotional reactions, but we're getting nothing today from DL.
Well, these kids are young. They don't quite have the emotional maturity just yet to celebrate. They don't understand. They're allowed to look happy. I feel like they're maybe both in like the moody teenager phase, possibly. So,
you know what I think it is?
Ready.
I don't think 16-year-olds these days know that they're not supposed to be 2,600 grandmasters. Like they're not aware that when we were growing up 20 years ago, what they are doing is abnormal. Of course, this is a compliment in a roundabout way, but that just goes to show you how good players are getting today at such young ages. Because they know they're nothing special in the sense that they know that all the other Pragues and Sadhwanis of the world exist.
Yeah. I feel like what you're saying, it sounds so backhanded, but it's not. It's like 20 years ago, any one of these would have been considered like a super prodigy. Any one of these, but now there's so many of them that it's like we almost take them for granted.
You're right. 1 minute extra on the clock for Denis Lazavik. DL is managing his time better than DD so far. That switch from 5 minute to 3 minute, it caught up on me last game. I wasn't really aware the players were so low on time. And so far, the adjustment has served better for Dennis, who, by the way, is playing in his third junior SpeedChess championship. So a little bit more experience in this format.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And I think at this point for Daniel, it's like, okay, you're probably losing the match. Like you have to kind of acknowledge that it's not going well. But like every point counts. So there's still plenty of reason to just keep fighting. Is not his last match, right? It's not like he has to retire if he loses this one. Like he's going to play in future SpeedChess championships. And you just have to keep fighting and try to put the best resistance that you can.
And if it looks like I'm distracted, it's because I am. I'm doing the ultimate multitask segue. We just in the last 2 minutes dropped an article on ChessKid about one of the newest prodigies who is familiar to me, but familiar to our PCL audience, but Alice Lee has just earned her final requirements. She is now an IM elect, and I just published the article on Chess Kid while doing the show because I wanted to drop it in chat. So when you have a moment, chat, click on that article, read all about Alice, the third youngest woman in history of chess to earn the IM title.
Yeah, very impressive.
Okay, but back to our game
Alice
here.
would crush both these fools. Just saying.
Yeah, I don't know how we didn't get her an invite. I'm going to have to talk to my people about that. But the black pieces are swarming all over the white king, and it looks like we're going to go to 7 games here unless something very strange happens because it's going to be an extra
Rook
piece
G3.
now.
Yeah, it's not enough to win the exchange. He takes the whole piece. And yeah, it's going to be another win for Dennis.
Absolutely. And now it's actually getting a little bit somber in Belgium. Daniel looks a little bit despondent, knowing that he's gonna play on. I guess from a match perspective, he should probably resign right away and preserve some time on the clock. But
exactly. But it's very tough. I mean, these are very strong players. They're not used to losing, right? Like the rest of us are. So it can be very hard, when you're getting beat every game.
And if any parents are watching, this is something I didn't realize till much later in life, but I needed chess personally. I needed to lose because I was a pretty good student in elementary school. And you can go from like one of the smarter kids in your school to like nobody in the worldwide chess scene. So humility is something that chess can teach. Although I will say that when we sell the game of chess to the outside world, we don't usually say humility. We usually talk about cause and effect and critical thinking. But there we go. It is now 6 games. Dennis has won the second 3-minute game. And just like he opened up a huge advantage in the 5-minute, he's doing the same now in the 3-minute.
Well, look at this. And Dardha, he's mixing it up. He went E6, and then he remembered, oh, wait, I'm supposed to play King's Indian. And he went G6, next move. I love it. It's nothing to lose at this point. Might as well start experimenting with the openings. But yeah, I think what you're saying is very true. I mean, no chess player gets to a high level without losing many games, many important games, in fact. And like the road to becoming a strong player is filled with like disappointments and struggles. And it's like you feel like you're not good enough. And it's very, very tough. But one of the big things about chess is that you have to be able to bounce back. Because you will make mistakes at some point. You will lose games at some point. But then you're still in the match. You're still in the tournament, right? So you still have to be able... You have to be able to forget about it and then maintain your usual level and confidence for the rest of the games, which is very, very difficult. And a lot of players struggle with that side of the game.
This is the first game where Daniel has not touched his D pawn at all. So different pawn structure, although he's going to play D5 now. Oh, but it was stopped. He wanted to play the triangle, but now he's going to suffer with this D6 hole. And even if he removes the bishop, there's other pieces that are going to insert themselves into D6. Even if he plays a move like bishop to F8.
Yeah, this is a pretty brutal grind with the bishop on D6. And now everything is coming in. Well, this is why they tell the kids not to play E6 and G6 in most openings, is because your dark squared bishop can only cover one of these diagonals usually. And here we see the problem. White's bishop is just settled in, and oh boy, yeah, white is just kind of dominating the position.
Yeah, and if you're black, you now have to maneuver around those pieces, but there's totally cramping your position. You have no squares in the 8th rank virtually for your rook. Your queen cannot do anything. It's a little bit weird for the bishop to drop back because now the pawn, even if it's a sacrifice, you at least feel like you have some freedom.
Yeah, he got D5. I'm very surprised by bishop E5. I don't understand why he thought this move was necessary. But now D5, taking advantage of the fact that en passant would lose the knight on B6. Now, a lot of people out there think en passant is force. It's not. You actually have a choice. Here it would be a very bad one because you would lose the knight.
So the idea of bishop E5 is that he wanted to play queen C3 and win the knight. And maybe he thought that queen C3 wins the knight here, but there's
some D4 or something probably.
Exactly. Something like D4.
Because he goes rook E1. Yeah, he doesn't play it.
Knight E4 had some possibilities.
Kind of curious. So I'll just quickly check what would have been the... Yeah, queen C3 was good. Maybe it's not super... Oh, bishop takes E2. That's why E2 pawn was hanging. So maybe a little... That's why he goes rook F E1. though definitely that he should have gone for queen c3, I think, objectively, but
Okay.
gets check, takes on a5, and okay, now the structure has changed quite a bit.
Yeah, from no pawn movement at all to a whole mass of pawns. Black has the snowplow. Black has lots of pawns that can come forward. So this is one where if you're black, you don't even care if objectively you're worse. You at least can play a chess game now, whereas before you were just sitting on your hands waiting for the teacher to get you out of the corner.
Yeah, night and day difference. I mean, the fact that this came from the bishop d6 position is a miracle for black. I mean, wow, what an improvement. It's still tricky, but yeah.
By the way, when he played d5, Kostya, he actually like sat up in his chair and adjusted just like I did, kind of like saying, okay, yeah, now it's a different game. So
I'm in the game now. Very good.
Yeah. Okay, but clock management also better this game. Daniel finally up on the clock. First time in the 3-minute segment that we can say that.
Yeah, in terms of the clock, he's doing well. Now I think he needs to start going after some of these pawns. Maybe rook to b8. Yeah, exactly. Rook a8 was also possible. I think this makes a lot of sense. Just go after this weak b pawn. And okay, now Dennis is playing b5. Yeah, he's the one that's starting to feel like he needs to make sure he doesn't fall under a worse position here. So he's trying to, I think, liquidate here.
Another idea.
Now bishop takes. I think the idea is bishop d5.
Yeah, good point. Good point. I was going to also say you almost never put your pawns in the same color as your bishop, but e4 is an idea here at some point. Not anymore. Yeah, not anymore for white because black just stopped it. But
oh, you meant for white? Yeah. So black stops it. That's very interesting. Both players kind of wanted to make this move, and yeah, now white's bishop on g2. It looks like the good bishop, but it's actually kind of shut out of the game. So white's the one that needs to bring it back in with bishop f1 and e3.
Okay, so material is back to equal after that entire mess, although, as Kostya said, black's bishop definitely reigns supreme over white's bishop. The a2 pawn is the biggest target on the board. And yeah, we have a strange position. In bishops of same color endgames, we usually favor the dude who has fewer pawns in the same color as his bishop, but not in this case. The bishop, if it gets back to f1, then finally white can target the d5 pawn, and white can do something. So white's close to getting some play here.
Love that move, rook b8, stopping bishop f1 because of rook b1. But white defends the back rank and now kind of wants that threat again. But a2 will hang at some point, so maybe black can take the pawn. Go rook a8. So yeah, definitely some chances for Daniel here. I mean, I think he's going to have a pawn up at some point. It'll be very easy very hard actually to win from there, but still, a pawn is a pawn, and he's the only one with chances. But again, in these time scrambles, Dennis is just very, very, very strong.
And that 40-second lead is completely evaporated. Dennis is back to being up on the clock here as Daniel burns a lot of time, 40 seconds to 20 seconds approximately. He's got the extra pawn, though.
Yeah, he does take on a2 and bishop c4. Interesting. Takes rook c8, I think he wants to pin the bishop. That was a nice trick. Rook c8.
But you can still take... Okay, I was going to say, and put your rook on b1 and rook on b7 and come behind the extra pawn for black. Okay, I guess if you play bishop takes bishop now, black will take with the pawn.
Right.
Yeah.
So yeah, white I think would have not gotten that chance. No, it looks like he's making something happen. King g2 is a mistake. I don't really get why. something random there, but rook d6 definitely not it. Now this is a pretty much a drawn rook endgame, 4 versus 3. One pawn is not enough, but you can still play this, and you can definitely create some chances here as black. Definitely a lot of players that have been very strong can still lose this endgame.
Yeah, we're almost contractually required to say it, but Magnus once won 4 versus 4. This is 4 versus 3. But the big difference is in that particular game, there was some pawn flexibility, which black does not enjoy here. A lot of black's pawns were blocked up at the beginning, but might as well fight on.
Yeah, he tries rook f3 there, looking for king g2 in case of rook takes h5. But now, I think things are pretty much liquidating. Okay, still some questions for white. f2 is hanging. Can you go rook h2 here and just defend? Or rook f4, yeah, more active this way.
Wait a minute. Okay, King E2. I
Yeah,
analyzed this line, but I forgot King E2. Okay.
Yeah, King E2 making the draw. I think at this
No.
point, any draw is kind of a minor success for Daniel, just to keep putting points on the board. But,
Yeah,
yeah, at some point
exactly.
he's going to have to just start winning games if he has any chance.
And we're not quite at the moment yet, but if he ever gives up on his chances to win the match, then he can start thinking about, hey, that draw was $50, right?
Exactly.
Buy himself some nice Thai food for dinner. Or he's in Belgium, so he's going to get some moule frite or whatever it is he likes to eat. So the lead stays at 7 games, only our second draw of the match to show you what a fighting game it's been. And Smarter Chess says 94% chance for Lazavik to take this one.
94%. That's high. If my math is right, that means Daniel has 6% to come back. So
Yeah,
Smarter
but
Chess is saying there's a chance.
I think 5 of the 6% is total internet failure in Dennis's apartment.
Oof.
That's right. That's the problem. Yeah. Most people don't know this, but part of Smarter Chess's predictions is flying to the players' apartments and doing speed tests. And no, I'm kidding. It's only based on the match, not an extraneous factors.
And he's back to the trump is Dardha in this game, which I think is a good choice. Again, for Blitz, you get this kind of weird structure. Black has to play with a weakened king, and White's very solid here. You can make a lot of moves very quickly. But of course, objectively, I think Black is fairly solid here and shouldn't experience too many issues.
Shout out to SCP-239 for the nice movie callback. So you're telling me there's a chance? I believe that's Dumb and Dumber, but keep hitting me with the movie quotes, because that's my game. That's where I like to live, is in the movie quote world.
Nice. Okay, knight f4. Yeah, White's just playing a very classic strategy. Notice he gave up the dark squared bishop, so he now has 2 knights and a light squared bishop, and he put all of his pawns on the dark squares to kind of assume the role that the dark squared bishop would normally take. Now knight e4. Black is willing to give up the dark squared bishop back. He has a very, very strong knight on e4. So, yeah, super double-edged here. I kind of like Black's position. I feel like knight on e4 is very, very strong.
Yeah, I don't really know what White's plan is, because you don't want to play the c4 break. You're just asking for Black to activate that lurking bishop on b7. So if you don't play for c4, where else do you probe? I don't know.
Yeah, it's tough. You also didn't really want to take on e4 there, because it just allows fe, and Black gets all these pawns moving forward. Yeah, kind of actually very uncomfortable for White. Black can just build up. Rook a to g8 is coming. h5, h4. Very, very unpleasant. Bishop on b7, it doesn't look great, but any moment Black can play d4 and just open up the diagonal. There's e5. Okay.
At some point, we might want to start talking about, is this going to be the biggest margin of the opening round? I think Sadhwani may have had a slightly larger margin than Gukesh, our number 1 seed, although, it depends on if we're talking about margin or if we're talking about number of points allowed. I guess Gukesh probably had a slightly higher margin, but we're hoping for it to get back to a little bit more competitive here, because you can string off, 3-4 wins in a row in the bullet and actually make things interesting.
Yeah, you never like to see a player just kind of losing over and over again. So it would be nice to see Daniel put up some more points. But yeah, I wonder how much is on Dennis's mind, like how much he wants to run the score up to make a statement to the other players, versus how much he just wants to kind of keep it simple and not take too many risks and just kind of coast to victory here.
Well, as you researched before the show, Dennis has made something like $24,000 in the Champions Chess Tour, maybe just this year. So he's aware that every one of these games is real cash, and he's cashed in all 3 of the Champions Chess Tour events, as you told me during our break. So he knows how to make money online, and it's
it's a lot of money for these kids. I mean, you were saying Thai food. I feel like they're more going to fast food places, I would imagine. It's a lot of trips to McDonald's, Subway.
That's true. We did not research the players' culinary tastes, but we are going to try to interview the winner afterward. We could ask them.
That would have been my number 1 question. Yeah, where are you? What's your favorite fast food? Okay,
I
rook
think I'm-
h6 setting up. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was gonna. Never mind. We got multiple things coming down on the white king, so we should get back to the game.
Yeah.
But why is this not favored? As we pointed out in yesterday's show, sometimes the computer doesn't like the move. It's not because the move it's bad; it's because a missed better move was
Yeah,
available.
but he doesn't
and-
miss this one. D4 is just way too strong and way too obvious. The knight on f3 is hanging. That bishop awakens, and yeah, this just looks like a disaster for white.
And black can even double up on the diagonal with queen c6. So I don't really know how white defends. Knight g1 looks desperate. In fact, if knight g1, queen c6 as a response is looking pretty juicy.
Yeah, queen c6, I just want to point out, takes, and rook takes h2, I think is a winner.
Ooh, that's even better. I like that one.
Queen h6, and yeah. I almost played queen h4 there.
You know it's bad when the commentators are looking at which way to win. The queen has multiple ways to get to juicy light squares. So white actually just gives up a piece here in desperation.
Exactly. I think he had no choice. If he didn't do that, he'd be getting mated. Now it's a full rook. And yeah, Dennis, he's just cruising. He should very likely take this one. But Daniel's going to fight. You know, he's got some pawns. There's always a chance that the opponent blunders. You don't want to just assume, okay, your opponent is a machine. They're going to find all the right moves. Like, because then, yeah, you're just kind of defeating yourself at that point. But okay, he's got some pawns. I would say he definitely has the right to force Dennis to convert this, because it's not easy. These pawns start running. You know,
yeah, I'm surprised he didn't play rook h6 and preserve the b pawn. It was possible.
Mm-hmm.
He's still going to win, I think, but yeah, 3 pawns coming down the board. It's not something you had to allow.
Yeah. Yeah, still comfortably winning. I guess he felt there was no real danger here, but okay, lesser players certainly would would make a mess of it, I'm sure. But now, okay, I like what White is doing. He stopped the pawn. Now it's going to be 2 rooks against 3 pawns maybe after rook g1.
Sounds like a mini chess game. We need to add to Chess Kit, 2 rooks versus 3 pawns.
Imbalance. Yeah, I hope we see it. Yeah, let's go.
Okay.
I don't know. I mean, okay, he pushes this one.
He's going to put both rooks on the A file, I think, and then find a way to collect the C pawn in the process.
Whoa, hold on. Eval bar just shot up. I think he could have just went c4 there. Wait, b7.
No, I think B7
he was promoting.
was the move. Yeah, B7 was the move.
Oh my God, he missed b7.
Wow. So 3 pawns versus 2 rooks, B7. And now here, do you have to play rook A7 and play the queen versus 2 rooks position?
Oh boy, what's happening? He saved it.
Well,
He managed to save it.
That is quite amazing. Wait, does that move okay? Okay, the computer still says it's okay because there's
King
stalemate.
d7, stalemate, exactly. Yeah.
Wow, what an amazing
Wow.
save. I mean, I don't think he's going to feel great because of the match situation, but this is a half point that he totally stole from Dennis.
Oh, absolutely. No, I would count this as a big moral victory here. Dude he was down 2 rooks, Mike. He was down 2 full rooks.
So it
or
turns
3
out
pawns.
rook h6 was the better way to go. Be a little, even when you don't think you have to be a little more cautious about 3 connected pawns coming down the chessboard.
Yeah, I agree with you, because Dennis, when he entered that endgame, he had like a minute. They weren't like blitzing, so he was a little too laissez-faire about that whole conversion, and it actually cost him a half point. I think he definitely could have won if he was just a little bit more precise earlier. Obviously, he missed a lot of wins, but yeah, that's definitely one that he didn't have to give away.
Stops the bleeding a little bit, keeps the margin at 7. We are going to take a break in the 3-minute segment. Breaks are a good time to regroup, talk to your FIDE master dad, and we will come back with the remainder of the 3+1 and see if he can get back in this match. Don't go away. Ryo, congratulations on winning the Chess Kid Youth Speed Chess Championship. Defending champion has defended his title. National Master Ryo Chen wins.
Match is over with this game.
Exactly. Spiez wins the final 3 games to close out this match. Welcome back to the Chess.com 2023 Junior Speed Chess Championship, sponsored by Chess Kid. We're taking a look at the man of the hour, the man with the 7-point lead, the 3rd seed Grandmaster Denis Lazavik, looking very comfortable. He's got the gamer's chair, he's got the plushies. I've got Peshka, so we're kind of in symbiosis there, but he is looking like nothing can faze him. That's a lot of medals in the background. Kostya, do you have more medals or more trophies to your credit?
Unfortunately, my parents have a garage full of trophies from my youth. Just every weekend, my brother and I would go down to the local Scholastic event, clean up, 3rd place, 2nd place, 6th place, always get a little, yeah, we've got too many. If anyone wants one, I'd be happy to give them away.
They do become a burden at some point. We did have the match score up there, and Denis has proven to be the better player in the 5-1. So far in the 3-1, he's proven to be the better player as well, and he enjoys a 9.5 to 2.5 lead. He did let a half-point slip at the end of the beginning of the 3+1 there. He had 2 rooks versus 3 pawns. Never seen that endgame before. I don't think Kostya's ever seen it. Turns out it's not as easy as it sounds, and Black was not able to win that. But he is, you're afforded a couple of missteps when you've got such a big lead. So we do not have Daniel back yet. Maybe he is getting some coaching from his FIDE master dad. His grandfather is north of 80 years and still an active chess player, I hear. We should all be so lucky.
That's very cool. Yeah, somehow I don't remember seeing that 2 rooks versus 3 pawns endgame in Dvoretsky's endgame manual. I must have missed that chapter, but that was a wild. I think Denis is still thinking about that position. He's like, how did I not win that? I was thinking about it too. I was thinking maybe he should have put like 1 rook on the A file, 1 rook on the B file, then brought the king in. But yeah, that was a wild one to end. But they've got, let's see, 30 minutes to go.
That's right.
And 3 minutes.
Smarter Chess's prediction did not change after that draw. Still 94% chance for Denis Lazavik. Recall that pre-match, Smarter Chess thought that Denis's big advantage was in the bullet. So if he goes into the bullet with a massive lead, it's going to be really hard for Mr. Daniel Dardha, the pride of Belgium, to be able to come back. But Daniel's back, Denis is back, and here we go, the resumption of the 3-minute segment. There's almost 30 minutes remaining in this segment, and we are back to D4. We have ourselves an A6. Is that like O'Kelly Sicilian? What is this?
It's weird, Mike. I'll tell you what it is. It's
Mhm.
weird. But look, Daniel's down 7 points. He figured out a tricky line to try out during the break, and
Mhm.
here he goes. Clearly, Dennis was prepared for this one. Guess it's not his first time playing online blitz, and looks like he just grabbed that pawn on c5, and now he's going to try to hold on to it. I mean, what a chaotic position. Knight g4 hitting the bishop on e3. This is super sharp.
Yeah, and I do like anytime you're down this much, you should try something new. And this definitely upsets the apple cart some. And actually, black's pieces are getting quite active, allowing knight f2. But then if you play knight f2, knight a4 might happen. And then literally every one of black's minor pieces would be in danger. So instead we had bishop f2. And now black has to take to preserve the piece. But knight takes, wait a minute, Fischer says,
Wow.
yeah, Bobby Fischer took on h2 and never got his piece back. But I guess the bishop on f1 can't go anywhere, so it's okay.
Knight takes a very brave decision, but he sees, he can always bail out with knight takes f1. So that knight's not going anywhere. So Lazavik, he saves the c pawn with c5. Now d6. Dardha's really just playing very spirited this game, just trying to open everything up. And I think this is what you have to do. I mean, it's a 3-minute game. You got to take risks and go for broke.
Well, there's still light where Daniel is and still light in his hopes for this match, because if he wins a couple in a row, gets it down to about 4 or 5 games, who knows? Maybe Smarter Chess was having an off day and it's actually Daniel who's a favorite in Bullet. Although, Chess.com ratings don't lie. What do they say in the NBA? Ball don't lie. Dennis's Chess.com Bullet rating went above 3,100 yesterday. And that's hard to argue with.
Yeah, very hard to argue with such a high rating. Exactly. Now f4. He's advancing. He wants to support the d pawn with e5. We have this endgame. It's like opposite color bishops. Black has a nice blockade, but this d pawn is very strong. So clearly, it seems like white has to be favored here. Yeah. Now e5.
Yeah. Now d6 is a protected passer, so many endgames will favor white thanks to that just singular feature alone.
Yeah, this looks very unpleasant for black. Knight e4 coming, knight c5, challenging the bishop. And you're not going to promote the d pawn right away, but the problem is in the long run, black just has to constantly keep an eye on this pawn, defend against it. And yeah, this gives white a lot of freedom to, go rook g4. To move the pieces around and start targeting different squares.
Yeah, the d6 pawn reminds me of why I don't have kids. I'd always have to worry about them. Black's like, I want to play a chess game, but black's always giving side eye to this d6 pawn, making sure that it doesn't cause too many problems.
Run all over the place. Yeah, exactly. Got to be careful. But now knight e4, a5 is hanging, so this is difficult. Ooh, b6. That lets white trade the bishop off. That can't be right. I would just snap bishop a5, knight c5.
Yeah, you get the best of both worlds. Your knight gets where it wants to go, and you get rid of your worst minor.
Yeah. He didn't want to go knight. It wasn't an easy decision for black. He didn't want to just retreat with the knight, but this is also just quite devastating.
Maybe knight b7, rook c7 ideas.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah. That is some smarter chess.
Yeah, he doesn't care about the a pawn. He just cares about the promotion of his strong d6 pawn.
Yeah. Yeah, just coming in, and we just need some simple technique here from Dennis, but I think he's gonna pick it up. At this point, it's pretty simple. You keep your pieces on the dark squares. You don't hang anything, and try to get this pawn up.
Okay, well, pretty simple. He's going to put his rook behind the passer, I would assume, maybe even right now. Not sure why you would delay. There we go.
Yeah, bishop c8, and okay, it's completely winning for white, but you still have to find a way to break through. I think the rook endgame is certainly worth considering, either right away or in the future.
I think you just play rook c6, rook b6, rook b8. I don't really know what black does in the meantime, because black can't even approach the e5 pawn, weirdly enough.
That's fair. That's fair. I think black's idea is he wants h4, king g3, but I think white's much faster anyway.
Okay, now this move signals to me that white's going to take on c8 and play rook d7.
Yeah, exactly. Or possibly bring the cross with the king first, like king d4, king c5, and then try to just win that way. Okay, 94.
Yeah, he's
Oh,
good.
94 rook d8. That was his trick.
That was nice. Okay. This wins a piece and wins the game without really even any counterplay. I'm not sure why black is playing on. The h-pawn's not that fast.
Yeah.
So, all right, it's going to play a few more moves.
You got knight g5. The rook has to stay tied down to this pawn, but I mean, it's not like white really needs the pawn to win the game. He is up a piece, but I'm sure he's going to want to keep it. At 96, yeah, I was thinking about this. You just take and then you move the rook and pawn is promoting. So this feels like the cleanest way to end the game.
Although we've already seen once, i.e. 5 minutes ago, a couple of pawns providing enough counterplay, but here black only has 2 pawns for when he sacrifices the rook for the c-pawn. He doesn't have 3 pawns.
Yeah, not to mention white's e-pawn is also just as strong. He's going to get behind, and yeah, that's the resignation. Dennis wins another game. At this point, the games are getting cleaner and cleaner. So it's very concerning for Daniel.
Okay, the lead is now 8 points. Daniel opens with the English, trying something new again. And interestingly, already down 10 seconds. Okay, that may have been actually a little bit of an issue with our clocks there. But now the spike. Look, he watched my chess kit video, even though I didn't release it yet. G4, nice. The spike.
Insider. Yeah, no, I mean, I love that he's trying this. I mean, you have to. You're down so many points. Like, you just got to play something new. Start having fun with the game, and why not? It's a blitz game. It's definitely a very good try. Not an easy position for black to play at all.
There you go. Well, Michael Basman would be happy, and we're going to see a little bit of a different pawn structure here than we've seen before. It looks like the knight's going to maybe hop to f5. More Ben Feingold commentary. Knife 5 is white's plan.
Yeah, very dynamic structure. I like these for white. You get the 2 bishops, you get this nice rolling center, but it's not easy. Very interesting move by Dennis, e4, fighting against this structure.
Smarter Chess jumps in the feature chat. No Dennis the Menace references yet, and I know I'm disappointing myself mostly. But you've tuned in at the right time, and I think if he gets to a 10-point lead, we can call him Dennis the Menace. So stay tuned, Smarter Chess, and thanks for all the good stats.
Yeah, he's never wrong. He's never wrong. Okay, knight f4. Yeah, the ninja not liking how Daniel has played this position. I imagine it might be just because the king is cut by the bishop on c4. I learned this rule earlier in the show, Mike. Apparently, you can't castle through an attacked square. So that's going to be very unpleasant for white.
I'm nearly upper management at Chess.com, but I cannot even override our servers. So I don't even have the ability to make that happen. I do have an obscure Dennis reference. 2 weeks ago, I flew into the airport in Saint-Denis in St. Denis. The question is, where was I? Again, chat, I know you're going to Google it, but I was in the home of a very famous chess player, Saint-Denis.
I feel like I should know where that is, but
it's not that obvious, but I am talking to 4,891 people online. Somebody is going to know where this place is. So who wants their name announced in chat? Not Paris, but you're in the right country. You're not in the right area of the world, but you're in the right country. All right, nobody's got it yet, so we'll go back to chess while we keep an eye on the chat. We got a ton of pawns coming down the board here.
Oh, boy.
There might be a Saint-Denis in Paris, but there's no airport that I know of. So, yes, Sean Dirk, you win. Réunion is where I was. And Réunion is the home of La Bourdonnais. Every other street is called La Bourdonnais something. And the Black Knight hops all into the board as we get back to chess. Oh. But that's where La Bourdonnais was born. It's a very popular surname down there.
I see. He was a huge chess player, chat. I think people still don't recognize the significance. He played this amazing match against McDonald. That was considered by many to be like the first kind of unofficial world championship match.
Yeah, you're exactly right. And these knights are hopping all over the board here for Denis Lazavik. There's just no stopping him. This knight is getting to the square c4. He's already up in exchange, assuming his knight on h1 is going to get captured. And this is just no fun for white.
White. This is a crazy position.
I mean, white. Good.
Yeah, sorry. White's going to be down the exchange, but there's knight c4 check also in the position. So oof, very very scary.
I do want to say two of the most entertaining positions and imbalanced positions have occurred so far today. So first, we had Dardha down one knight for two rooks and nearly come back in that game. And he was also down 3 pawns for 2 rooks. He had the 3 pawns and managed to hold the draw. So there's been some fun chess today. So don't count this one out, even though the material imbalance is very strange and also not in Daniel's favor.
Yeah, he pulled his own Labordonnais with the 3 pawns against the, the 2 rooks.
He did.
That was
good
insane.
callback. Good callback.
But here, okay, Dennis has just total control. White is down the exchange. He's hoping to open up the king side like gh6 and get some play against black's king. The problem is king on d2 is also quite vulnerable, and black can create counterplay. Right now, rook on b1 is under attack, and yeah, it's not going to be easy. So he trades, takes on h6. That's a question for black, how to get in.
It's funny, but it's another stay, push, or capture moment for black. Sometimes you do allow your pawn to get captured and use your enemy pawn as a shield, but he decides that would be dangerous with an h-pawn marching up the board, so he takes. And
exactly.
No perpetual as long as you can play pawn f6. Pawn f6 is going to shield black in case of queen d4 check.
Right. Unfortunately for white, it's just you just can't get the bishop back into this pawn wasn't here. If this pawn wasn't on d6, okay, he's trying. He goes after this pawn just so he can push c4 and get the bishop back into the game. This is absolutely, I think, white's only chance in the position to possibly get back into this game.
Okay, yep. Whenever you've got bishop versus rook, you really need to open up that diagonal and highlight the bishop's diagonal powers. So, as Kostya said, queen and bishop can always team up in blitz. Can be very annoying to deal with. Weakness of the dark squares for the rest of the game.
Absolutely. So now rook g8. He's going for the second rank. He wants queen h3. Oh, rook g1. Never mind. Bishop b2 allows the check. King g8. He's seen that there's nothing further here from white.
Okay, only 16 seconds left. Dennis, again, a little bit faster in addition to the better position. He's trying to organize his pieces on the second rank. Something's going to the second rank here. I just don't know what.
Yeah, maybe queen g6. He has to be very, very careful here, right? He's like one move away from allowing queen d4 and significant counterplay. So,
but you know what you can do here is you can just take that bishop and throw the h-pawn down the board.
That's true. Actually, queen endgame would be very comfortable.
Oh, wait a minute. The king's outside the square of the pawn. He's going to take.
He might
on,
want the
on
whole
D2
thing.
twice.
Yeah. I see. He wants just to lop everything off.
Yeah, and the
Beautiful.
king is outside the square of the pawn.
Very nice. Nice call. H5. Oh, perfect. Perfect calculation by both you and Lazavik.
I had to cut you off there because square of the pawn, you know, I'm still a kid chess teacher. We cover these topics all the time.
Yeah. Easy money. Easy money.
Good try by Daniel to try to make some counterplay, but he's one move. He's not too weak, but he is too slow. And now the lead is 9 games. We're close to a Dennis the Menace reference, but Denis Lazovic wins again, 11.5 to 2.5. He's almost showing more dominance in the 3 minute than the 1 minute. Now I do not know what the name of this is. Chat, please tell me. It's like a Norwegian rat, but on the queen side. C6, knight a6, knight c7.
C6, knight. It's called you're down 9 points, Mike, and you got to play the rest of the games. That's okay. That's what it's called.
Fair point. If it does have a real name, chat, let me know what it is. If it doesn't, let's come up with one. What shall we call C6, knight a6, knight c7?
Definitely neat. Sounds like an animal opening name.
Could be. We could go for some kind of Belgian reference. You know, the ugly Antwerp. The ugly Antwerp. I don't know. We definitely need some help.
I like the Belgian waffle. That's funny. But he played.
That is good,
actually. He's found his way into a King's Indian again, but without that light scored bishop, which is so important. Hey, it's actually a very playable position for black. 100%.
Okay, he's threatening bishop c3, knight e4. That didn't stop bishop c3, knight e4, but maybe it's a registered pawn sack. He's just going to play.
I think he blundered it.
Okay. If
He
so,
blundered it.
that's like his first blunder of the match virtually.
Yeah. Yeah, look at him. He didn't recapture quickly. Just
Okay.
like that.
Yeah, if the queen has to go back to
That's
e1, then I agree with you. It's a blunder. He was not going for pressure on the dark squares or anything like that.
Oh, yeah. No, he totally missed it. I mean, it's crazy. You know, the dude starts with c6, knight a6. You think, okay, he's tilted, he's done, and all of a sudden you're you've just hung your center pawn, and black is in full control. It's wild how unforgiving chess can be.
Daniel's doing a little bit of blinking here. I'm even getting a little bit blinky when I watch him. Like I have to clear my eyes a little bit, but he's twitching a little bit here. So, but maybe that's the reaction he makes when he knows he's got a better position. I don't know. We haven't, unfortunately, gotten to see him in too many better positions today.
Yeah, I mean, he's had some chances for sure. I would say he'd probably think he didn't capitalize on a few of them. But another nice position here, maybe rook c2. Yeah, bring the other rook in and rook fc8. It's very, very straightforward here for black.
Somebody in the chat's calling the opening the "who would have thought this would work" position. Okay, I get you. Somebody said the Belgian tiger. I got to go Belgian waffle over tiger. It's just, yeah, Belgian waffle wins for me. The I'm desperate. Yeah, that's also true.
Okay, now I mean this is just this is the first game where Dennis just had like kind of a disaster out of the opening, but I can't really blame him. He's up so many points. It's very easy to just kind of you just assume nothing can go wrong at this point. You're up 9. But okay, Daniel should take this one. This position is so good, and he has so much time that I feel like he should convert it.
That's 2 straight fun games he's had in the King's Indian. This one, if he's able to convert, and of course the other one is where he sacrificed everything and nearly pulled off a brilliancy. So it'd be nice to see him play a King's Indian, though, with the light squared bishop, as you pointed out. So far, both of his King's Indians have been without that very important attacking piece.
Yeah, he hasn't tried a pure King's Indian or just a straight up, d4, g6, like let's go kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I mean, he can clearly play the positions. He clearly understands a lot of things about how to play these positions. So I think he should go for it. I mean, this was easily his easiest game of the match for sure. His easiest point by far.
I like this last move. It removes all danger, because the only danger would be if somehow you lost your B pawn and white creates some counterplay. You're not necessarily going to win the B pawn right away, although you're actually pretty close to winning it right away. But you cannot possibly lose this game. Yeah,
I think he converts. The king is very safe, can come out, and yeah, black just has too many pawns here not to win. Well, hopefully we don't jinx him, but I still believe in how strong these players are. They should be able to convert.
Yeah, that little pause is not because he sensed any problems. He was probably figuring out whether or not he wanted to play the rook endgame with rook takes b4 or preserve the knight. Probably both were winning. I think definitely should play king g7 here, because bishop d4 can be answered by e5.
Mm-hmm.
But now rook e5, don't do that. Anything but that.
Might even still be good for black, honestly. But
yeah, it's true.
But yeah, definitely not rook e5. That would allow. Let me put that. That would allow bishop d4. Maybe e5 now. The thing is, black is still completely winning, but it's like, okay, it's not super easy. You have many ways, but you have to pick one.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes it's easier if you only have one way to win, because it's like, okay, you know exactly what to do. Nothing else works.
Actually, I think he's regretting not playing rook takes b4 when he could have. It would have prevented the bishop from coming to d4. But okay, that's water under the bridge at this point. Now he might be thinking about giving the h-pawn, because you almost have to not.
Yeah, it's not ideal, but it doesn't look like the counterplay. Like, it feels like black is very close. Knight e5, king f5. Everything should be able to be defended.
Okay, so
interesting.
Yeah, that's a little too subtle. Maybe just getting out of all possibility of forks by putting your king on the wrong color to get checked.
Right.
Oh wait, maybe putting your king on the correct color. I think I got that exactly wrong.
You're right, on the right color. Okay, now it's 3 pawns versus 1. Black's still completely in control. This knight on e5 is brilliant. King on e6 can come to f5. just starts running the B pawn. Yeah, I think now he's cinched it. Now knight can come to G6. Everything is just blockaded, and hard to imagine white getting any real counterplay anymore. But he's still gonna poke. he's still gonna poke around.
Yeah, and not only does white still have, a puncher's chance, but when you're up 9 games, of course you want to play every game pretty much as long as is reasonably possible, just to ensure that there's not enough time for a comeback. But traditionally,
you're out the clock, right?
Traditionally, in the 1 minute, Kostya, we get about 8 or 9 games. So as unlikely as it seems, it's still mathematically possible for Daniel to come back.
Smarter Chess still says there's a chance. That's right. Okay, now it's 3 pawns up.
Yeah.
And this is where you start putting all your pieces on the light squares just to avoid any disasters.
But it still could go on for another minute. I mean, white could really mess around for a little bit longer. We still got about 6 minutes left in this segment. But I would say by the way that they're playing, there's only going to be one more game in the 3 minute, more than likely.
Right. Yeah. So this will be this game and then one more game, and then they're going into the bullet. So best Daniel can hope for, I think we're generally assuming he can convert this one.
Got Smarter Chess in the chat. Maybe we'll ask Smarter Chess. Do you ever go for 100% mid-match probability? I realize you would when the time becomes such that would be required. But when do you go from 99% to 100%? Maybe Smarter Chess can answer that in the chat. Okay, looks like rook takes bishop as a threat, so white sidesteps that trick.
And that's it. Dennis finally calls it. Doesn't want to play on any longer.
Okay, congrats to Daniel for getting that win. But we don't get to do a Dennis the Menace reference, although we obliquely just did one by mentioning we would not do one. Why is there a queen on G4? What? I've never seen that move in my life. I promise you, not once. I've seen Queen H5. Nakamura's played Queen H5. Queen G. We're being trolled.
What was Queen G4? Man, what a move, huh? What an opening. Clearly it's
Black could have even taken on E4 there and not lost the knight.
Right, Queen E7.
Yeah.
Yeah, very interesting. I don't know what we're gonna call this.
Yeah, we've got Belgian waffle, but this one's even weirder. So chat, have at it. Let us know what we should call Queen G4. That one, you think that one could possibly have a real name?
Could be.
Okay.
The delayed wayward queen attack.
But he didn't even smile. Come on. If you're going to play Queen G4, give us something, Daniel. Let us know that you're enjoying yourself.
Yeah. I got one. In bruises.
All right, that's pretty clever. Okay, in bruises, like it.
Okay, F4. Yeah, I think white has some play here. Now, he gave up the light squared bishop, but he's looking for this play on the king side. Knight H5. I wonder, probably Dennis doesn't mind too much. He still has a big lead, but that last game, that was definitely his worst game of the match. He just hangs the pawn and then pretty much has no chance after that.
We do have a funny suggestion in the chat. I'm pushing the boundaries of what the Chess.com censors will allow, but there is a statue in Brussels called something like Mannequin Peace, which is a cherubic little boy peeing, but it's actually water. It's a water fountain.
Oh, fountain, of course.
I've been there. I've seen it. So I guess we won't go further down the anatomical well, and we'll just say that it exists. It's a thing in Brussels, and it's a boy peeing. So maybe that's the most appropriate name. I do like it.
It's a funny opening name, yeah. All right, so we got this endgame, 2 knights against 2 bishops. Classic battle. Actually, I would say, yeah, it seems like black is the one that's a little bit more comfortable here. The bishops, they look passive, but eventually the position will open up, and then they'll start to definitely outplay the knights.
Somebody told me once, Kostya, that it's better to play 2 knights versus 2 bishops than your opponent just having the bishop pair. I realize that is an incredibly broad statement, and somebody at your level would probably never buy into broad statements. But have you ever heard anything like that before?
So they were saying 2 knights versus 2 bishops is better than having another.
Like bishop and knight versus 2 bishops. Yeah.
Oh, weird. If anything, I've heard the opposite. Like you'd rather have bishop and knight. But I think it would depend on the position. Of course, it's hard to, really stick to huge generalities.
Okay, well, knight f5 would be a blunder. I do know that. So white avoids it because the rook on e1 would be loose.
Yeah.
And now black stops it forever with the move g6. So we got a slow build up here.
Yeah, he's just calmed down. I think he realizes his position's very comfortable here. He definitely doesn't have to do anything in terms of the position or the match, right? He can just kind of sit and, if Daniel wants to play 100 moves in this position, like that's totally fine.
Right. Not officially the final game of the 3-minute, but certainly looking that way. Hard to imagine anybody could win this game in the next minute and a half. We've also haven't really seen any early resignations in this match. Yeah, even when a player has been behind, no matter which player it is, they've really played it out until nearly the bitter end.
Yeah. Yeah, which I wonder if it's definitely not the best strategy, I think, if you're behind. But sometimes just psychologically, you just need to feel like you tried everything and just get the game over with. So that can be more important than the clock situation. And there Dennis goes a5. He starts opening up some lines for the bishops. Now bishop c8, and a little tricky here for white.
Yeah, the other tricky thing for white is that white wants to make progress. That's what a chess player generally does. But any progress will ultimately lead to the opening of the position, and the bishops will come alive.
Yeah, exactly. Any pawn moves here just open up more lines. So white has to sit. It's very tough, not only, just in general, but also you're down in the match. So you feel like you have to try to win the game at least, even if that means taking risks. But it's hard to take a risk here for white that doesn't just completely expose your position. So I feel like he just has to kind of sit and maneuver back and forth and hope Dennis, does something wild and gives him a chance.
Okay, well,
anything can happen.
Yeah, we can now officially say this is the final game of the 3-1. So let's give Daniel the benefit of the doubt. Let's say he's able to win this game, and he's able to get the margin to 7 games. He would need to do like an 8-1. 9 games in bullet is about as much as you could sneak in, although with the 1 second increment, even 9 games is asking a lot. He might need to go like 7-0 or 8-1. And he has to win this one too. So very uphill battle.
Yeah. I mean, winning this one, it's not even like far from given. It's like not even likely. Yeah. He's under pressure and yeah.
It's the extreme benefit of the doubt.
Mm-hmm. Rook a2. No, I mean, nothing short of a miracle will save Dardha in this match. But hey, every game is worth money and every game is worth pride. I feel like every point you put up, you just kind of feel better about the final score. So
knights do hop around. So maybe I'm projecting my own play on this game, but I've had many games where I just miss a knight fork in time pressure. And so that's why I was giving him a little bit of a puncher's chance.
No, absolutely, actually. And it's very easy for black to blunder. We've seen Dennis isn't totally immune to blundering. He can do it. So it's just going to come down to this time scramble. But okay, for the moment, yeah, rook a8, just going after every game and just going after the second rank. Now rook b1. Bishop f3. Seems like he might have missed something stronger, but we got no time. Rook b1, 3 seconds for Daniel. Now rook a2, second rook comes in. Oh, so tough to defend this for white.
I think black should have checked on a1, checked on g1, forced the king to h2, then played bishop f3. But okay, there are some white king problems in this position.
I think you got it. Yeah, I think that was exactly right. But now c4, he's traded off 1 pair of bishops, so now it's bishop versus knight, but still a huge advantage here for black. Mm-hmm. Although actually, hold on. Daniel's managed to liquidate all the pawns. I was going to say it was a lot closer earlier. Now it's very drawish position.
Yeah, the knight is okay with pawns on one side of the board, although what we could be headed for, we are in bonus time, would be black trading 2 for 2, white sacking the knight for the pawn, and then we're here for rook and bishop versus rook. So this could be 5 minutes of extra match time ahead of us here.
Yeah. I guess the nice thing for Daniel is that like this doesn't hurt him in any way, right? It's just kind of extra time.
Mm-hmm.
So he still gets all the games in the bullet. But okay, looks like Dennis is very close now to win. He's just bringing the king in. And actually, this is going to be pretty tough. Bishop f3 somewhere, going after the knight. Rook f2 check. Take on g3.
Yeah, he may have been
ready.
Yeah, if you take it the wrong time, then with your rook on f2, it could be a little bit of looseness there. So he takes in his own
everything.
way.
And now it's just 3 pawns.
Yeah,
And 3 pawns we've seen can compete against 2 full rooks. So here it's 3 pawns against nothing.
That's true. He actually sort of needed that check. He had to give the bishop.
Whoa.
Because actually, if his rook had stayed on the d file, then knight c3 would have won the piece. So
Oops.
Another strange endgame. Rook n3 versus rook and knight.
He's still totally winning. And looks like white flagged at the end there. But yeah, the h-pawn was just simply way too strong. And knight was not coming back to defend this one.
Okay, well, there we have it. Almost the same dominance as the 5+1. He won the 5+1, 6-1.5. Now he wins this one 6-2. And it looks like it's going to be a 9-game advantage. It means when we come back for the 1-minute segment, I believe Double D Daniel Dardha needs to win out. He needs to win every game. Not sure it's going to happen, but let's just see. Maybe we'll see some history. When we come back from the break, we'll catch up with the remainder of this match and the very exciting bullet segment.
This right here is how I use Chessable and why. I've been using it for a long time. I mean, if you look up here, I actually have my streak. It says 1,231 days, right? You're gonna forget a lot of the things that are in the book. Chessable came around. When I got on Chessable, it's literally, I was already doing that. So this is now a game changer because I can do it faster. It's online, it's in front of me. All of my books are here. There's gonna be folders now so I can categorize by white, black, and tactics in game. But I literally have everything in one area. As you see, I'm scrolling here. This is what I like to. So they're like, how many Chessable books you got? I'm like, all of them. How I use Chessable is actually, I do a lot for the opening training. I do tactics on here. I do calculation. I do in-game. I do everything but the database. All my training on here all the time. Chessable is the wave. This is why I like to use Chessable. It's actually helped me. I remember even online, I was only like capping out at 2350, almost 2400 in Blitz and Bullet. My Chess.com is 26 with a high of 2774 in Bullet. And I blame all of this, like success really is just working on Chessable. Just being honest with you. What's the best way to follow any chess event from the Champions Chess Tour to the Candidates, Speed Chess Championship, Title Tuesday, FIDE World Championship, and so much more? Chess.com/events has all of the top chess tournaments played both over the board and online. Analyze and review games from the world's greatest players with live commentary, cloud analysis, opening explorer, and table bases. Find all the key event information, including schedules, prizes, results, news reports, player bios, tie breaks, and more. Even compete by voting for your predicted results. Explore chess.com/events today on web or with our iOS and Android apps and experience chess like never before.
Welcome back to the conclusion of the last quarterfinal match of the 2023 Chess.com Junior Speed Chess Championship. We're only about 30 minutes away from getting our semifinal bracket set and to see who is the one non-Indian player that will advance on to the semifinals. So far, it's been a pretty much one-man army. The third seed, Grandmaster Denis Lazavik, has handled his business in both the 5-minute and the 3-minute. My co-host, International Master Kostya Kahutsky, and I will take a look at the Smarter Chess predictions, and we'll see how those will interpret the rest of the match. Let's take a look at those. Kostya, before the match, Smarter Chess in his oracle said that the bullet was going to be Denis's big advantage. I'm not seeing a lot of good news for Daniel on the scoreboard or on the graphic on the screen.
Yeah, honestly, he suffered a lot in the first two portions, not because he was getting outplayed, but because it felt like Denis was just so much faster and more accurate in those time scrambles. So it seems like in the bullet, we're only going to see more of this based on how the trend has been going, because Denis just has a huge lead right now, 12.5, 3.5. But I always feel like these lopsided matches, of course, they're very misleading, because once someone gets off to a big lead, it's so hard to come back, and when you're just down so many points. But yeah, there we see Denis. He's staying focused. He knows the match is not over. Nothing is guaranteed. And every bullet game, hey, is still like $50 to $100 of that final prize fund. So I think he wants that money. You know, who's gonna buy more books and plushies?
And remember, Denis had to cut his teeth in the first two Junior Speed Chess Championships that he played the last 2 years, where he did not make it out of the opening round. So perseverance is part of the name of the game. And even though he's doing so great today, he suffered a couple of losses the last couple of years. Of course, both players he lost to are now 2,700. But in any case, if he goes on to win, it'll be deserved. Back to the games. The first bullet game, time control 1+1. We are off and running. Denis has the white pieces. And we have another totally different opening. You should stick around just to see what Daniel tries, because he's played two unnamed openings in the 3-minute segment. He's playing another weird one right here.
Yes, playing weird stuff. This one, I think D4, he started with B5. That's the Polish opening. Magnus played this one recently in the Polish Grand Chess Tour event. Yeah, it's again very risky. What's that?
It didn't go well.
No, it didn't. But it's one of these risky openings. However, for Daniel, you know, last time he went for that knight a6, c6 line, you know, he ended up winning the game actually very smoothly. Just like Denis totally kind of fell asleep on that one. But here, I think Denis is now taking this stuff very, very seriously. He's going to go e5 and just take a bunch of space. And yeah, big advantage for white, but it is a bullet game, obviously. So the thing is, it's like it's not easy to just blitz out all the right moves, despite how good these players are.
I'm always curious in the very first segment after a time-controlled transition, which player reacts better. And so far, Denis is up about 15 seconds on the clock. So we saw this yesterday, actually. Christopher was the experimenter and also got behind on the clock. So you weren't gaining time by surprising your opponent. And so far, Daniel's in that same club. He's not surprising Denis. He's actually the one laboring on the clock, despite the fact that he's the one trying some different things.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
now,
Denis seems to be a little faster so far.
Tomorrow, the All India quarterfinal between Gukesh and Pranav will happen at 9 a.m. Pacific time. That is going to be very, very exciting. But back to today, Denis is just needing probably like half point, 1 point. Not going to need so much to guarantee his spot in the semifinals as well.
Yeah, he's very close to just kind of mathematically clinching it. And now he's going for the kingside attack, just ignoring black's queenside play altogether. I think in bullet, it's very important to just play with a direct plan. It's like, all right, you're playing on the kingside. Let's go. Knight f6, queen takes. Now he's looking for bishop h6. Maybe even just sacking the rook with check in order to set up an unstoppable mate. Bishop h6 is absolutely a move here if you can get it off.
That is really neat. And now I'm just looking bishop h6. You lose the rook, your king goes to h2, and then can black play rook h1? And actually, it's not enough for black.
Yeah.
But I do love your idea.
Exactly. So knight
now,
d7.
Bishop h6 a move here?
And bishop h6 maybe was playable there. But yeah, he just takes the knight, just keeps it simple. Bishop g5. And Denis wins the first game with an inevitable mate there.
And there we go. Denis the Menace. He got the 10-point lead. So we are going to say it. 98%. Even Smarter Chess realizes that the power could go out. The plushies behind Dennis could all attack him and render him unable to complete the match. But
I do hear that they sometimes come alive at night. So yeah, you got to be careful.
Okay, so I have a funny one. I don't know if we have our resident international arbiter Judith covering this match, but let's say the match gets to 10 games, which it is, and the match clock gets to 9 minutes 30 seconds, and then Dennis loses all power. He still wins the match, right? Because you could start his clock in 9 consecutive games and the time would run out. Like, well, have we thought about that in our rules? Let me know. Let me know in our Slack channel. What's the predicament there?
That's one for the arbiters there. That's for sure.
Okay, so Black is better again. Dennis is looking to maybe try to get the biggest margin of victory in the opening round matches. I think 18 games is the amount that Gukesh won by.
Right. Gukesh won 24-6, which was just a huge score. And again, I mean, we keep saying it, but I mean, it's like every game is worth solid money. So, I mean, there's plenty of motivation to keep it up. But it's very hard. I mean, these are such long matches. And ooh, knight takes e3. Beautiful sacrifice. Looks like White's king is just about to get torn wide open here.
Yeah, the problem is the knights are all tangled up. Exactly. Rook takes g2 is maybe just going to be played without even doubling. Let's see.
Yeah, the second rook just comes in after that. Beautiful. Oh, man. And then king h2, bishop d6, for example. Queen f2 is just made as well. So king has to go to f1, but now black should be mating here. Bishop h4. Oh, love that move. Look at that. This is just brutal. He's giving everything away, trying to survive. Okay, it's still not over. It is black is still a rook down, even though white's king is way, way open.
Okay, so you can get the king to c4, right? You can play queen f2 and then rook g3. Okay, he chooses g3 instead. Oh, he put his queen on g2 so it could get back to d5. It's very precise if, in fact, it's the right idea.
He's chased the king all the way to a4, but how is he going to finish this off? It still feels completely winning for black. I mean, we see the eval bar, but also just optically, white's king normally shouldn't survive such a position. If only black could just get the rook to the 4th rank somehow.
Queen e4, that's just a weird move. And now, I mean, the eval bar is just almost not even important here because we can't justify whether or not the king is getting mated or not so quickly.
Yeah, the players are on seconds, but I feel like Daniel's on the verge of actually getting out. Oh, but he gives the piece, and that's a huge mistake because now it's just like a simple position for black. It's just like, all right, you're only down the exchange. You have a million pawns for it. Very, very tough now for white.
Yeah, and black's just going to very carefully march those pawns of the board, making sure that there's no rook sack on b6, but his pawns would be too fast anyway, even if white was able to accomplish a sack on b6.
And they're moving so fast, I can't even get arrows off in time.
Yeah, they're both below 10 seconds. Actually, Daniel's at 5 seconds, but he was once at 1 second, so he's done a little bit better to recoup some time there with the increment.
Yeah, this eval bar just like can't keep up. This is so funny. Seeing this bar going up and down. Oh, but that's gonna do it. That's gonna do it. There's no stalemates. And yeah, no, you just got to resign at this point. You just got to get the next game going. But Dennis wins just an insane. I don't think chat could see the notation, but all the moves were one color or another.
Really?
Yeah, every move was either yellow, red, or some blue. Some strong moves as well. Okay, and we're back to the knight a6.
Funny story about that. I used to be much more active in chess journalism. When Gadakomsky won one of his U.S. championships, maybe 10 years ago, he had a young child, maybe 2 years old, and he called his child after the tournament or after one of the rounds or something, and his kid, only 2 years old, said something like, "Daddy, how come you played so many red moves?" That's all the kid knew was the colors.
That's funny. Watching the game on Chess Bomb.
Yeah, that's probably what it was. Yeah.
Classic. That's hilarious. Okay. Yeah, so once again, Daniel tries the tricky opening with knight a6. I think he got a very reasonable position. It turned out to some kind of Slav type opening. But yeah, I think Dennis here again up on the clock. Just playing super fast.
The fact that he played a named opening has me speechless. Like we can't invent a new term or anything. He played something that has been played before, so I don't know what to say.
Yeah, just went with the solid Slav. Oh, Queen D7. Oh, blunder alerts. I don't see it actually. Why is this so bad? Rook D1.
Yeah,
oh, bishop takes A5. He could have snagged the pawn. There's pawn hanging.
Oh yeah, and then the bishop would have gone back to B4 and trapped the rook as well. So
yeah, exactly. Exactly. So engine was immediately like, oh, +6. All right. Yeah, taking a pawn. Exactly.
Okay, it's not the most important pawn in the world. So, but there's a weak dark squares around the black king for a long time.
Yeah, I feel like this is I don't know how bad this is for black. Of course, if the queen and bishop get around black's king, that's going to be a problem. But oh man, Dennis is just so fast. Yeah. This is a lot. This is way too much.
Yeah, 44 seconds to 5 seconds. So this is exactly what Smarter Chess saw. The oracle of Chess.com. Oh, he's going to really slow play this
putting
position.
The bishop on B4. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. He's totally like maximizing every piece right here.
No, at this point, yeah, now I was going to say, you can just get the king and bring the king to the queen side and just take stuff. Because black's pieces are just totally dominated.
Look at that. Look at the Zugzwang. If the queens had traded, black would never be able to move.
Amazing.
Yeah, it would be pretty funny.
No, he's just like constructing like an endgame study on the board here. I mean, just beautiful.
Right.
Beautiful stuff.
Yeah, came for Dennis, stayed for Troitsky. Okay, so he's going to maneuver the bishop to...
I don't understand where that bishop's going. Yeah, he just brings it back. I thought the bishop was fine on c5, but feels like he's
playing cat and mouse here.
Is he just making a lot of moves? Is he just playing with the clock?
Don't get perpetualed. Oh, now black is actually winning. I don't know how that happened.
Oh, he lost.
He
his
messed
pawn.
around too much.
Yeah, he blundered queen e1 check. There was some checks. Now he lost his pawn. Yeah, okay. As they say, too much talent. Oh, but that's it.
If I were black, I would have traded queens and gotten my knight to d7 and played that endgame.
He flagged.
Wait, somehow black is not lost. He flagged. Okay.
He must have. Yeah, he just didn't have any time. I mean, he was defending on seconds there for a very long time.
Well,
so Dennis, a little shaky there for sure.
Yeah, he does fight in losing positions. Remember, Daniel was down 2 rooks for a knight, almost pulled it out. He was down 2 rooks for 3 pawns and did pull out a draw and almost pulled out something special there from one of the most rotten positions you could have in chess. And he pulled out a position which was playable, but nothing to show for it on the scoreboard. Loses the first 3 bullet games and he's down a cool dozen points. So now they're playing for money and for pride.
Yeah. No, I mean, credit to Daniel. I think he's had some very, very nice games and like he's played well at various points in the match. It's just, yeah, Dennis has been way more consistent, not blundering as much. And yeah, I think a lot of the times these things compound, especially in the shorter time controls.
Yeah, but he's a worthy qualifier. He did win he qualified via qualifier number 2. And he's beaten Magnus before in the Title Tuesday event. So a lot of skill, number 1 Belgian player. He's probably going to be the highest rated Belgian player of all time, if he is not already. I think there's a Mikhail Gurevich in there that he's got to supersede at some point. But he's already 26-19 FIDE, and he's only 17. He's going to reach the higher reaches of 2,600. And if you made me bet $1, I would say he's going to make 2,700 in the next couple of years.
Yeah, that seems like a legitimate bet. No, the kid is very good. They both are. It's just these speed chess matches. I mean, they're brutal. Someone gets ahead, and yeah, they just don't let go. And you have very little time to recover as well in between games. It's not like a classical tournament where you lose a bad game, you have all day to rest. You can come back the next day and feel refreshed. Here, it's like you lose a bad game, you have to play immediately. You have 3 minutes on your clock, and good luck. You got to make moves now.
And remember, those that are watching, you might gloss over this moment and go have your dinner after the game. But in a couple of years, he's going to be invited to a Singfield Cup or to a Champions Chess Tour. He's going to make his mark, and you're going to be like, I remember watching him. And that's what this tournament is all about. Because I don't know how popular Van Faris or Alireza Firouzja was back in the 2019 Junior Speed Chess Championship, but now we can't imagine the chess world without them. And we're seeing tomorrow's stars today.
No, I remember this kid like Arjun Erigaisi. He was like,
Yeah.
he started winning everything.
Yeah.
And I'm like, wow, okay, I guess another one. He's pretty good. Yeah, like Nihal was already around, Prague was around, then Arjun like starts winning, and now okay, he's just a superstar.
That's one of the best examples. Exactly right. I think him more than maybe even the others. The online play is what really brought him to my attention.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so opposite colored bishops. Usually you need two weaknesses or two passers on really far apart sides of the chessboard. Unfortunately for white, both pawns are on the same side of the board and blockaded. So black could even lose the F pawn and still draw.
Exactly. Yeah,
In
it
fact,
should be an
black
easy draw. You can pretty much pre-move your bishop back and forth as long as you don't hang it.
Yes. White is not doing the full Nakamura, which is to play 47 moves, then capture the F pawn and milk the clock even more. But no need to milk the clock when we're already, basically mathematically, the match is over. But we're getting close to that point where, if Dennis loses power, would he still win the match? Maybe.
Oh man, are we gonna get the Hamilton?
Is
Oh,
it England Gambit? Oh man, this has a name?
nice. Yeah, this is Amon's specialty. He loves this queen sack.
I see. So you fall into the England Gambit. Or wait, as white, you allow the queen takes b2 and you win the queen, and that it's still a struggle to win, you're saying?
Yeah, actually, I mean, especially in Blitz and Bullet, this position is quite playable for black because you get the two pieces for the queen. It's very hard for white to break through.
Okay.
Objectively, it's not good. Okay, but you get two pieces, and it's not easy to crack black's position. Anyone can go check out the Chess Bar YouTube channel and see Amon just winning game after game against like reasonable players too from this position.
Got it. That's where our worlds differ. I don't have the luxury of getting to watch too many streamers doing all my chess kid work, but I guess you're not hugely concerned with objectivity when you play the England Gambit anyway, right? You're not worried about that computer eval bar, so why not throw the queen at your opponent as well?
Yeah. You're looking for a fight. But okay, this isn't Dennis's first day at the office. In fact, he might have even looked at this. I'm sure he's probably played Hamilton or other players at some point. Maybe tried this against them. So yeah, he seems to have no problem using the queen here. I think that's going to do it.
Such a professional. He's not messing around with openings at all. He's not experimenting. He's not taking any games off. He's been down this road before, and he wants to make sure that he secures that first win and advance out of the opening round for once.
Yeah, exactly. And let me just say, actually, in that last game, we had that opposite color bishop endgame where white was up 2 pawns and could have played like a million moves. Actually, black, Dennis, he's the one up in the match. He could have played 50 moves if he really wanted to run the clock out and just refuse to take white's pawns. You know what I mean, right? White's B pawn was blockaded. He could have just moved his bishop around a bunch of times and wasted a bunch of time, but decides not to do that, which I think is good sportsmanship, kind of like no reason to at this point.
Yeah, I agree. Also, we could look at it from the other side of the coin. If he believes himself to be a better player in Bullet, he can earn more cash by not doing that. I don't know his personality, and I'm sure he's a nice young man. Actually, I know people who know him and have reported that he's a very nice young man. But
yeah. But that's hilarious. Yeah, he's just 3 moves ahead always, in all respects.
And it looks like it's about to be a baker's dozen here if he can convert this, and his E pawn is looking strong enough to convert this. I can win the rook now. He didn't play queen c3 and win the rook, but this is good enough. Okay, we have a funny position with too many queens on the board for black to handle.
Yeah, and that queen, unfortunately, is gone. That's 2 queens up. Okay.
Dardha resigns. So 3.5 to 1/2. Let's see if the Belgian waffle man can finally win a game here in the bullet. And yeah, this is a standard trap in the Italian game. You know what this is? This is a little bit like or is it a Urasov gambit? It's kind of like Eric Rosen plus a tempo.
Oh, it's the Stafford gambit.
Yeah, except you're doing it as white. It's not exactly the Stafford because you play the Urasov gambit against the Petrov, but it's very close to the similar type position.
It was similar. Yeah, though the funny thing is, like here, white's extra tempo was to castle, which maybe is not useful in the Stafford because sometimes you want to play like h4 and get your rook at, and then castle queenside too.
That is a good point.
That is a very interesting opening though.
But black gives the pawn back and just has the enjoyment of the center pawns here. And again, very professional play by Dennis, just not phased at all. Gives the pawn back and says, I'll play this position and enjoy my extra pawn.
Yeah, I think he learned that his lesson that one game, like where his opponent or Daniel played like knight a6 move 2, and then he like kind of just plays too nonchalantly in the opening and then ends up losing it. And I think he's like, wait, hold on, I need to get back to my focused mode.
Okay, well, we can now say mathematically the match is over. We're playing for money, we're playing for pride, and I know that Daniel wants to get at least one win in the bullet here. I believe Smarter Chess predicted something like 7-3, so Smarter Chess is predicting a little bit better returns. But we're up to 13 games. Biggest margin in the opening round was 18 games. Don't think that is in jeopardy here because I don't think they're going to get 5 more games in.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he's going to catch Gukesh's 24 points either. I mean, what a astronomical score.
Well, so I didn't say it yesterday, but when I was doing the live show yesterday, somebody in the chat said something like, you can break both my kneecaps if Gukesh doesn't win this tournament. I do want to say that's a huge risk. We have some really talented people, and if you did not realize that before now, Exhibit A is on the right side of your screen, because do you really want to bet your kneecaps with a Gukesh versus Dennis finals, not to mention the fact that Gukesh has to play Buddy in the semis?
Yeah, he's got to get through his buddy Pranav before then, and that's not going to be easy. Definitely won't be easy for Gukesh. I'm wondering about this rook endgame though. I think, yeah, Dennis is very close to converting it. He's got his rook super active. His king is coming in. E3 soon, and I think he's going to snag another point here very soon.
Yeah, when the rook went pawn grabbing on c6, it could no longer answer king e3 with rook g3 check. So now the king is going to shepherd the e pawn down the board. What black has to worry about is white capturing a few too many pawns, then sacking the rook for the e pawn, and getting, can we call it the famous Daniel Dardha counterplay with a massive pawns versus a rook?
Yeah, he's going for it. He's going for it. Stick to what works.
Basically has no choice. Okay, so here we go. Rook and 2. This is a tame version of what we've been looking at earlier in the match.
Yeah, again, it's not easy. And he's going after the a-pawn, so he wants to counterplay.
Okay, I'm waiting for that eval bar to tell me when a mistake has been made. But maybe the b-pawn is just so fast.
Yeah, b-pawn's super fast. Because the problem with 2 pawns is they're very slow to push them together. So black's b-pawn just runs, and now queen and rook should deal with white's counterplay effectively.
So it turns out,
yeah, lightning doesn't strike twice.
Not a lot of technical care was required. Just push the b pawn, and you're too fast. Okay, so we have ourselves a snake Benoni or something similar to it here.
Yeah, exactly.
Check
kind of
Benoni.
a closed Benoni, check Benoni.
Yeah, that's what I meant to say.
Yeah, a new line, a new structure. We're getting closer and closer to just a classic normal king. This is the closest we've had, actually.
Just get to keep his light squared bishop. There we see on the screen what is awaiting our fans of the JSCC tomorrow. The number 1 seed Gukesh against the number 5 seed Pranav. His friends call him Buddy. And that is going to be tomorrow at 9 a.m. Pacific time, 6 p.m. if you're living anywhere in Central Europe.
Do you have a pick for that? Are you going Gukesh or?
Well, I watched Pranav play. And first of all, I want to say I hope he gets a little bit more stable connection. But if you're actually asking me to pick against a man who won by 18 points in the opening round, you found the wrong man. I mean, I don't know Pranav that well, but Gukesh, he's coming up on a non-classical rating, and that's all I need to say.
Yeah, Pranav is Pranav, but Gukesh is Gukesh. So yeah, it's going to be a fun match. I'll definitely try to follow it, and I'm looking forward to seeing Dennis and how far he can go. Because normally, I watch Dennis in like the Champions Chess Tour. He's playing against like Levon Aronian. He's playing, I don't know, Kramnik. He's playing on Draken. He doesn't like destroy these players, right? Like these guys are good. So yeah, I rarely see him kind of in his ultimate form, so to speak. But he's very, very strong.
Totally agree. We've got some very strong commentators. We've got a double GM commentary lineup for that one. So that'll be fun to watch Robert Hess and Aman Hambleton take it away. So maybe Aman's watching now and he heard your name drop. Are we actually calling it the Aman where you sack the queen there?
I think that's his line. Yeah, I think he's the most prominent player who has played that a lot. Honestly, I never saw it before he did it.
I'd like to be known for something, I mean, Botez has made their mark by sacking the queen. Have you got anything to your name?
I have anything to mine? That's a good question. I don't think I do.
Okay.
I don't think we've got a pet line yet.
I just have aphorisms that chess kids think of when they think of me, like don't move your F pawn without my written permission. So I have little aphorisms, but I do not have any openings. Okay,
Ooh,
now
knight b6. Nice little tactic here. Liquidate the pressure.
Yep, and you pretty much have to trade rooks here, unless rook e8 is a move.
Yeah, why not rook e8? Get the 2 pieces for the rook. Maybe it's not so clear.
Yeah, because you'll lose the b pawn, and then black will get probably a passer. Well, we're going to find out. Lucky for us, we don't have to guess. We can just watch the players.
I'm surprised by the evaluation here. I feel like the 2 pieces in practice are going to have very good chances.
I agree with you because black can't even play a5 that easily. Okay, he's trying it. I guess his b pawn's not hanging anymore because the bishop's no longer on d3.
Mm-hmm.
But the 2 white pieces should be able to handle the black passer without too much trouble.
Yeah. And okay, seconds for the players here. So very, very tough position. I don't know. I guess 1 piece is easier to handle than 2, but still. Oh, there we see the eval bar. Yeah, starting to appreciate white's coordination.
Yeah, it was almost the case where black's b pawn distracted all 3 of white's army, and he was able to sneak behind to the g pawn, but everything was under control for Denis Lazavik.
Yeah, this knight on e3 just brilliant, just defending g2, carving so many squares. And okay, Dardha is blitzing. Now he's blitzing very, very quickly, which he absolutely has to do. And clearly still has chances to save this one.
Yeah, all 3 results still possible, especially with the clock situation. And maybe one of his last chances to win a game. It could be that we only have 1 more bullet game after this one. Not quite clear if we're going to get 1 or 2.
Wait, he missed the rook. The rook was hanging.
He did. He was waiting for rook to, you know what? He was waiting for rook takes g2, bishop e4 to fork the king and the rook, and forgot he could just take the rook straight away. I think that's what happened.
All right, 10 hours of puzzle rush for Dennis to make up for that lost rook.
We should all be so lucky if that's our biggest mistake when we're up 14 games. But he could be the 3rd player of the quarterfinals to get to that 20-point threshold. Oh, you know what we might see? We might see like a g4 en passant, rook sacks for pawn, and then the bishop and knight mate in action.
No, that's very possible. Absolutely, with the minimum material.
Should be noted.
I'm sure.
Sorry to cut you off. Should be noted the bishop's the wrong color of the promotion square. So if you push your G pawn and there's an en passant and you sack your rook for the knight, it's a draw.
Right.
So got to be a little careful here if you're white.
Yeah, so white's trying to win the H pawn cleanly. White just wants 2 connected passers. And then that position would be probably pretty easily winning because it's just very hard to give up the rook for anything. But yeah, okay, it's a time scramble. It's so tough to find like the most precise way. But I think he's very close. He's so close to. He's like cut off the king from this pawn. He's bringing the knight around to e4. He wants king g4 to take. Oh, never mind. Okay, he goes this way.
I've taught the bishop and knight mate so much, both in videos and to kids, that I'd kind of like to see his technique. It's actually possible, Kosty. This is our final game. Buck 20 on the clock, and if we go all the way to a bishop and knight mate, which I realize is not so likely with 2 pawns on the board, could be our final game. Let's watch and find out.
Yeah. But if you're Dennis, do you want to end the match or do you want to get another game in? Maybe sneak in another point. Oh, we see it. Nice. Let's go.
Okay. All right. Here we go.
Move technique.
Move 1. Move 2. He got 48 more. But he's going to make him do it. I don't know if he's aware of the match clock either. Okay. So first rule is you need to checkmate with the king in the same corner as the bishop. So he's going to go for h1. And the way to get the king to go to h1 is to deprive the king of going to h7. And honestly, can somebody find the Chess Kid video and just put the link in the chat? Because that would be the easiest way to describe all of the nuance here. But white is doing well.
Yeah, essentially perfect technique from Dennis. Like he's moving so fast, I don't even have time to make arrows to show. Like he's just, I mean, he could. This kid could just do it like blindfold without any increment, like 10 seconds. I mean, that was just like lightning speed technique.
Perfect chess and bonus chess, because that was finished with 10 seconds on the match clock. So we will see one more. It will be a Trumpowski, and it is the opening that Daniel beat Magnus with. So he's got one more chance. One more chance to get his first win. And Dennis has one more chance to get to 20 points. So both players have something riding on this last game, including $50. I don't know. What do kids buy with $50? Not video games. Kids don't buy video games anymore.
Yeah, you can buy one copy of Zelda, the new Zelda game.
Okay. I remember.
So, yeah, that bishop and knight technique, that was the dude was like literally like pre-moving them. I mean, wow.
It's true. He may have wanted to play a little slower and not have to play one more game. But as we said before, he may want to play one more game for the actual cash considerations.
Yeah, he wants that. He wants that next Zelda game.
I'm going to say, Kostya, we have not seen opposite sides castling the entire day. Am I wrong on that?
That's true. Yeah, we had a lot of just kingside castling or both kings in the center. Yeah.
Okay, so black is trying a tactic here, but the computer says, "Niet, it doesn't work." But why not? Oh my gosh.
Wow.
I can't analyze this. This is like the end of 4 hours of chess and bullet, and everything is hanging. And
this is crazy.
Kostya, we hired you for this. Come on, help us out.
Okay. Everything's hanging.
Okay, got it.
And man, this knight d5, I like. Okay, queen is hanging with check, so that's big. That's big. So takes on c7 with check. I think white manages to keep the extra pawn.
That's it.
So yeah, I can count the material. And white's a pawn up and doing well.
White's a pawn up, audience. If that wasn't obvious to you, then you might want to go somewhere else for your commentary. No, we don't actually have a chance to use an analysis board on bullet chess. We were a little bit hamstrung by that there, but it was certainly an exciting final game, and we're still going. And the king is not castled yet, so we actually don't officially have opposite sides castled.
Yeah, this game, by the way, beautifully played by Dardha. I mean, he has a tremendous advantage now. He's not down a pawn, but he has a fantastic structure here against the isolated queen pawn. He can take on a5 next after black maybe moves the bishop away. And yeah, he just says, whoa, bishop a5, knight c6, hello.
Yeah, also he's got a time advantage, and he might just close it out with some style here and get his first win of the bullet.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, Dennis has resigned. Actually, quite a gracious resignation, making sure his opponent is rewarded. And the winner's reaction is rather muted, but there we go. Grandmaster Dennis Lazavik, he may not even know that his match is over, but we're informing him of that now. And he wins by a score of 19-5, a little bit beyond Smarter Chess's predictions. But when somebody's on fire, they are simply on fire. And Dennis was that today. He was a menace. But Daniel Dardha, it was his first time around the JSCC, and he might age out next year, but we have not seen the last of him in top level chess. So there we go. It was a big bullet margin, but it was also big in the other two segments. Kostya, let's look at the bracket and see what is ahead of Dennis and the country of India. So what are you seeing in the semifinals that you're looking forward to?
Well, yeah, this is like the story, Fischer going up against all like the Soviet players. It's just like the single Denis Lazavik against. First off, he has to go up against Raunak Sadhwani, who scored 20.5 points this morning. Also had just a completely dominating match against another very, very strong opponent. I want to say not as strong as Dardha, though. So Lazavik really, just amazing performance today. And then if he wins that match, he's going to play the winner of Gukesh against Pranav in the finals, which, that their match is going to be insane as well. But that championship match, that's going to be brutal. That's going to be either Denis Lazavik in the final or the kid that takes down Denis Lazavik, which in this case would be Raunak.
There we go. But the first finals ticket will be punched tomorrow at noon, Funmaster Mike time. It is Gukesh versus Pranav. Kostya will have already won a game in the North American Open the National Open in Vegas. So we wish you well in that tournament. But that is going to be one I may have to put aside my regular work for. I hope my boss is not listening, but should be really fun to see which Indian player goes on to the finals. So Robert Hess and Aman Hambleton will be calling the action. That's a pretty star-studded lineup. That's a pretty high rating there. And both of those players are so fun to call matches. So that's all we have for today. A big margin of victory. And whenever we see that, we are very curious to see what happens when two players with big margins come together. Not to look forward to the finals too much without the semifinals happening first. But today we had a rout. We had 3 routes out of the 4 matches. But Kostya, the JSCC, it is definitely a tournament where we get to see about the future, but the future is happening now. Any final thoughts on today?
Yeah, I just want to say it was a blast commentating the match. Thanks, Mike, for hosting. It was super fun to do this with you. And yeah, amazing chess. I'm very impressed by Lazavik today. Of course, Dardha, not his best day, but honestly, he showed some very good games and glimpses. So I'm sure he'll be back. And yeah, it's very, very interesting to see how many of these players are going to become elite stars in the near future.
Thanks so much for watching the Chess.com Junior Speed Chess Championship quarterfinal round. It has come to a close, and we look forward to seeing everybody in the semifinals, which starts tomorrow, 9 a.m. Pacific, and we will see you then.